What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's happening, brother?
Oh, not much. Got a big belly full of sausage stromboli. Not
Nice.
stromboli, but ragu.
All right.
Yeah, nice red. Yeah. So that's pretty sick. My life's going great. How about you, Brendan?
Yeah, no, everything is fantastic. I have absolutely nothing to complain about. The world is perfect, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what we did to deserve such an amazing outcome at this point in our lives.
I know. The utopia is here.
It is.
The utopia is alive and well in Worcester.
Mm-hmm.
Feeney, Texas. Keith is cool. You will be hearing from Keith very soon. Follow Worcester sucks. Anyway, yeah, we have a opening of campaign season. We got some people pulling papers. We have a slew of cranks for all number of positions. Looking at a real crank takeover if we don't get our act together, tell you what. So that's cool. And then tonight they're going to talk about the DOJ report. Housing production plan 2, which is a 180-page report. The thing is a fucking book. I haven't been able to get through the whole thing. So we'll be going over that too, and then all manner of other petty bullshit, I'm sure.
Bill, let me know. Help me understand here. Now, does this fit into a local issue or a federal issue when the federal government cancels 37% of its leases within the city of Worcester?
Well, I wouldn't want to say anything that angered Donald Trump about that.
Probably shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah. No, I read that today. That's crazy. That's not good for our local commercial landlord.
No, they were already doing so well. I mean, they are just flush with cash at this point.
Right. I mean, shit. They had that new office building at Polar Park. Oh, wait. No, never mind. No, that didn't happen. Yeah. Commercial real estate's a tough game to be in right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you see, Brendan? Is that broken down by like what departments are pulling their Worcester office space?
I didn't even bother to look, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We actually worked out pretty well for us compared to other communities and what they're seeing for shutdowns. I think the thing that as somebody mentioned that it's not just Worcester. It absolutely is. It's not. It's all of Central Mass. I think the thing that's wild is like the way it's coinciding with the mandates to return to offices, and then people are returning back to offices that are being shuttered, but like they're not being told like where the new office is. That's
right.
Yeah.
It's
there are better ways to tell people that you don't want them to work for you anymore.
Yeah, right. Just love to see the federal state be dismantled right in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Has Polar Park built any more around it? No. That is there's also a report on that on the agenda tonight, an update on Madison Properties, which I haven't read yet. I don't think I can handle them having the same discussion on that over and over. So I'm gonna be tuning out for that one big time. Because it's really like they signed a bad deal with this developer. They have no recourse. So sorry. Stupid games, stupid prizes.
We just don't do contracts well.
No. We on a wing and a prayer,
Yeah.
I'm just like everything's gonna work out great.
Well, that's
just going
is
through this renaissance forever,
right?
Ever and ever.
No, it is that mentality that everything will always be fantastic. So it's we don't need a plan B, which is weird because everybody on that council is old enough. I think almost everybody on all the cranks on the council are old enough to remember what Manhattan looked like in the late 70s.
Right. Yep. Well, if they ever went there.
Well, I'm not saying they ever went there, but they at least saw a documentary or something. They probably watched
all the cranks All the cranks on the council are old enough to remember the goddamn Bretton Woods agreement. I mean, Jesus Christ.
When the John Birch Society still owned the Telegram. Yeah.
Yeah, they're old enough to remember the gold-backed U.S. dollar. Oh man. Yeah, so it's gonna be another fun one. We're buckling up. We're buckling down. I just watched the municipal ops subcommittee meeting that was is probably still going on right now. And Mo was being customarily a little bit bitchy. A little bit bitchy about the two stuff, but Nico unveiled the new shot clock for public comment. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be facing the public, I think on the mayor's bench, and it is like a youth hockey shot clock with a very, very quiet beep. They did like a little demonstration of it. So that's going to be cool. Everyone's going to be kept to a strict 2 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, everyone on that committee was in alignment to not allow public comment to go from 2 to 5 minutes speaking time. As much as I love public participation, I think that the public should be participating all the time. I do not see 5 minutes per person going very well.
Not for us. This would be. We'd have to be working shifts.
I know. Yeah, we have to extend the meetings to 2 a.m., 2:30. Yeah. I wish there was an NBA style buzzer. That would be fucking awesome. Yeah, whatever you're going to say, usually you can wrap up in 2 minutes and not 5. 5 is a very long time to be speaking straight. And I was in agreement with the cracks on that one.
Yeah.
That we don't need 5 minutes.
I think that
Fred Nathan opposed. Comrade
the thing
Fred.
that we all seem to Comrade Fred is changing. He's evolving.
Yeah.
In 1 month, he's gone from wearing his Proud Boys colors to going full on communist with the housing market. He's gonna
show up looking like Che Guevara.
I think the problem that we have with the public comment, it's just the tone that the mayor takes with everything, right? Like picking and choosing who he's going to cut off and how he cuts people off. If Joe developed a sense of humor and just started saying things like out loud, like, yeah, this comment could have been an email, and just like let it sit out there, like people would get the message. They'd turn around and walk out in shame.
Right. Yeah. If you just kind of dunked on him a little bit, I mean, that'd be fun. I'd appreciate that. But no, Joe's got to be publicly very nice to everyone. And behind the scenes, extremely bitter, shitty, and petty. That's kind of his MO. Promising all sorts of groups their community centers, which we're gonna see as Charles Luster's campaign ramps up. Charles Luster tried to call me 3 times on Facebook audio the other day, like in a row, and I'm not picking that up. No, thank you. Yeah. What else? What else we got on there? I got to get back at my desk so I can look at my notes. I'm just going off the dome here.
Let me pull up the Mike Benedetti's right up here. I haven't saw that come through earlier. Didn't get a chance to look at it. Luster
is no good. Luster is he's got
this is going to be issues. The thing that's going to keep us here till midnight is an alternate side parking policy where on certain days and times you get to park on one side of the road, and then we still haven't figured out snowband parking since the last ice age. Worcester still has not been able to figure out snowband parking, and now they're just going to spring random parking days on people. This will be something that'll be discussed for at least 3 hours.
Oh, Jesus. I just can't do it. What? I just can't do it. Do what? I'm on the street.
He quits, Katie. We're done.
I can't do it. Gus, do you want to say hi? No? Okay. Gussie doesn't want to say hi.
Hi, Gus. Hi, Katie.
Hello.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, same old shit. I'm
Yeah.
excited to buckle up. I'm excited for a really productive, educational, informative,
6-hour meeting.
6-7 hour meeting. I'm excited to see. I'm excited for the DOJ stuff, actually. I think that's going to be
What do you
really.
think the chances are that they don't just completely brush over it? Like,
Oh, very,
it's gonna
very
be-
slim.
You think so? I mean, I hope so. But or do
No,
their
no,
best to.
I think they're going to completely brush over it. Is what I'm trying to say.
Which
Oh,
counselor
yeah.
who isn't Donna is going to ask out loud whether or not we're confident the DOJ still exists?
Hey, the DOJ has not said anything about the Worcester investigation either way, as far as we know so far. So
there was one that they announced they scrapped, right?
Yeah, Louisville, Kentucky.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch over to my other device.
Hi, Molly. Yeah, so that's on the agenda tonight. All of the held items from last week are on the agenda tonight, and amended items. There is an item about changing the address system, the house numbering system in Worcester. That fun fact I found out from Mike Benedetti's Substack is that it has not changed since 1890. It has been the exact same system since 1890, and they are hoping to modernize it. They've been working on that for 5 years, so that should be interesting. In how much insight we do not get into that process. So, yeah. It's gonna be good. The next Pope, I'm not gonna say because I don't want to spoil Conclave.
Oh, so
Everyone
good.
should watch Conclave, the rightful winner of Best Picture in my mind. Nothing against Sonora as a movie; it's a perfectly fine movie, but Conclave rocked, and also Honora didn't pay their crew, so fuck Sean Baker. Is the Pope out? I'm so disconnected right now. Is the Pope out?
No, he was put up back on a ventilator this morning. I saw. I don't after 2 bouts of respiratory failure. That's a good sign you're on the way out.
What? When did that happen? What? Like I heard nothing about this.
He had a respiratory infection that sounded like flu but wasn't flu. Starting like 2 weeks ago. He's been
Flu?
not really seen since. But yeah, I mean, I totally picked the wrong week to watch Conclave because it's been while all of this has been happening. And I can't even wrap my head around the amount of Elon bucks that are flowing into the pockets of every trad cardinal throughout America right now. And yeah.
Pope had double pneumonia.
Double pneumonia? That's crazy.
Double pneumonia.
Never heard.
They call it doppio pneumonia in Italy.
Super secret double pneumonia.
Conclave. I'm so excited for a conclave. I'm gonna be watching every day. I'm gonna be on the Vatican TV, watching that live stream, waiting for the white smoke to rise.
Blowing smoke, waiting for smoke.
Blowing smoke, waiting for smoke. Waiting for off screen.
Get in on that. Get in on the prediction, everybody.
I think it's going to be Stanley Tucci.
This prediction is: will the meeting end before 12 midnight? So thanks, Troubler. One of our newly minted mod, and which I think also probably deserves. Travis, we should probably add the VIP badge as well that we promised for a crime last week, but I think the crime is helping us. So let's add a VIP badge to Troubler as well.
We will do that.
Yeah, it's watch Conclave, everybody. It's really good.
Conclave is really good.
So good.
It's so fucking good. It made me I loved it. I really loved it. And you can't argue with just a bunch of character actors character acting the shit out of some beautifully shot scenes.
Yeah.
And again, they didn't screw over their crew and underpay them illegally. So that's another win in Conclave's book.
Hey, I will take no shitting on Shaun Baker for sketchy labor practices on this program. Great movie, but I was disappointed to hear that. But that I still think the movie's good. So
I love the movie. I have nothing against the movie. I just it screwed people over. It's really really shitty. And honestly, like the difference between it's one of those things. It's one of those things that pisses me off about a lot of like auteur people like that. Candy Love Licorice, thank you so much for subscribing. And it is very similar to business and capitalism at large. Is that the difference between treating your crew, paying your crew what they deserve, and not doing it is not the difference between that movie getting made or not, and it's not the difference between that movie being successful or not.
Right.
It's just about Shaun Baker wanting to prove something, much like Taylor Sheridan, who like refuses to hire writers. And
it shows on Landman.
It just there's no good reason to do the bidding of the studios when you could be paying people that need the work, that have not worked in multiple years, to make your Oscar-winning movie. And again, like those movies, they're not. You can be the best director in the world. You can be the best writer in the world. Fuck, if you're Shaun Baker, you be the best editor in the world. Movies don't get made without the crew, and movies don't look good. Movies don't sound good. Movies don't feel good without a good crew. So pay them and hire them back on movies, please. I don't want to do this job that I'm doing right now anymore. God, please get me back to the movies. I need it. Anyway,
well, we'll get you back there. Maybe not with Shaun Baker,
it'll
but
happen.
Somebody else. Yeah.
No, probably not. That might have. He probably Googles himself. So, any other major stuff coming up on the agenda tonight, Bill? Do we think that you're looking out for? Obviously, the BOGA being the highlight, and also the held items.
Oh yeah, the held
item from last week. And
such.
Oh
my god. Oh god, I hate the two agenda system. 1 second.
Well, while you do that, I just want to show off the new overlay that I made because I'm really excited about it.
Oh yeah!
Wow, that's awesome.
Follow us on Instagram.
This graphic really like puts forward like this thought I've had in my head that Joe Petty gives off such strong Roberto Boucher vibes from The Waterboy, Bobby Boucher's dad. He's such strong Bobby awesome. Boucher Senior vibes.
That's sick.
Yeah.
All right, they're starting. I'm going to pull that up.
It was filed. Rob's item was filed last week.
Yeah,
because it was a bunch of dirt bags.
It's so crazy. I went a little long on that towards the bottom of my last Worcester Sucks post. The home, like they just didn't even try to understand, but they did not understand what Robbie Bellotto was talking about. And in doing so, effectively voted down the idea of pursuing more aggressive tax relief for seniors, which is a gift to the Bellotto campaign, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Me and Chris dug into the senior work off program that Candy was repping, and it's once you dig into the details, it's so much worse. It's minimum wage, and you have to work 125 hours minimum, but like 133.3 in order to get $2,000 off of your tax bill if you're
That's
over
insane.
the age of 65.
That's insane.
It's a full month of work, and it doesn't even say what the work is. Like you put in for like your preference based on your work skills, and the suggestions are like Microsoft Office suite, answering phone calls, dealing with
You know how many
customers.
seniors are great at those things?
Yeah. It's like just give them the $2,000. They're not gonna give you good work in those 130 hours.
They're going to use their emaciated little arms to clean out the clogged pipes down at the Lake Quinsigamond waste treatment plant.
I'll have elderly poop things. Yeah, this has been a crazy week. Obviously, the news of Attell participating virtually because of literal death threats that she's and her family have gotten. Bunch of normal people that we got in the Republican Party at all in this city.
Yes.
Joe and Christian having, well, not even really a war of words. Christian put out a statement about how he's running for mayor, and Joe Petty attempted to mail him such a ham-fisted way that made everyone think he's a dork and loser. I guess maybe it'll be effective. I don't know. Gio made a joke that only works for me, so I appreciate that. This makes 0 sense to anybody except myself and Gio, so that's good. And I'm not going to explain it either.
We had suggested at the last meeting that we talk about this, that we have a city council meeting on this.
I did. I got I think a month suspension from Worcester Political Dialogue Group for calling a guy named Eric Ryan a fucking dork.
Is Eric Ryan a fucking dork?
Yeah, he was talking shit about Attell, making light of.
They're holding the
situation
DOJ
from
report
her.
right now. I think
there's a way that we can get the actual DOJ report into that meeting as well.
So they were
just simply
100% going to
having
brush
this
it.
communication in there. We're not discussing the actual report. So I'd like to make a motion that happens if it's necessary.
No, agreed. I just said that, the same thing. So we will do that as a motion.
Wow, fight.
Shut up, Joe. You suck so bad.
So, Mr. Mayor, just clarification. So you're holding.
Yeah, me and Jack Murray are fighting.
And then you
We're
also
not allowed to
asked him
swear in the
say,
group.
Back the DOJ report. So just for clarification, we're holding 9.11B, which is the manager's report.
9.13A.
I'm sorry,
the
9.13A.
DOJ, which I think
You
the
go,
other
you
report was sent
fool.
to that committee too, on the DOJ. So we're going to take both reports up that night, 2 weeks from tonight.
It sounds like Joe's holding it.
Yeah.
And he says there's going to be a whole meeting dedicated to it.
Or something.
Yeah, it's definitely not an
this-
emergency.
Okay, so.
This also. Thanks for pointing
Oh,
out.
I didn't catch that.
A subcommittee meeting, like
Correct.
like a finance committee meeting?
Correct.
It won't be a regular city council meeting where there'll be public input and other items on the agenda?
We can have public input at the beginning if there people want to come in.
So it
Yeah.
would be like a finance committee?
Yeah, this signatures.
Yeah.
Signature papers
Special council meeting.
were released today as well, so we got a few announcements.
Yep. Caden Davis.
Yep.
Very excited
Very
about that.
Hang on, Fred.
Sue Mailman made a post. Rob made a post. Nellie Medina is running for District E again.
We're on,
Very exciting.
Public participation. A person may speak no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. Before you speak.
Fianna
poll-
Jatan Singh, School Committee District C.
39.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Mayor. So, for public
we might have him on the
participation,
show at some point.
every meeting of
Keith
the city
Linares
council under the
pulled
public
papers for
participation
District
portion
1.
of the agenda.
I had heard a
Chair shall
rumor.
recognize any person seeking such
That's very-
recognition for
that's
the
cool.
purpose of addressing
Yeah,
the city council.
Keith is cool.
On any eligible item on the agenda for meeting both in person and remotely.
So it's
Any
not all
person who
bad.
wishes to speak
Does
on
anyone have a
any item
list
appearing
of
on the
everyone who
agenda
pulled
shall
papers
use the mic-
today?
Come before the microphone. The
I
time for
meant
speaking
to
shall
email
not
the
exceed more than
clerk,
2 minutes
but
for any
I
one speaker,
didn't.
or 30 minutes
I'm
for
sure
all
Jack has
speakers.
one. He's been keeping
Okay, we're good to go.
a list, but I am fighting with
Name, see
him.
your
So
residence and item number?
Well, Jack,
Bill, you
we're
should
not.
have-
he doesn't want to talk to me.
You should call into public comment and just ask Nico for one.
Mr. City Manager,
That's a great idea.
see that title
Yeah,
change
my email is.
instead of being interim chief. We deserve
Oh yeah, he's
our chief,
Paul,
and we got him now.
Saucier's full chief now.
Oh wow, what a surprise!
9.26A.
What is whose sign is
Given
this?
the fact that there was a bad job by the snow plows.
Vote for
We had to
change?
That's
hire
it.
so
That's
many plows
that looks like somebody
and
selling
sand
their
trucks
vote.
from the outside of Worcester. I kind of wonder how many open positions there are in the DPW. It would kind of make sense that there must be a lot, or the roads would have been better.
Candidate list, tiny URL. We love to see it.
Oh,
You
great
fucking,
job.
you
Yes.
fucking.
One more thing here.
Oh, that was
That's
brutal.
why you're a mod on this channel.
It was brutal. I did not see that coming. Oh my god.
That got me so good. That made me so happy.
I was like,
Brotherhood of
Troubler
Police
50 coming through in the
Fucking
clutch.
rookies.
Worcester
That made me
is
so
getting a
happy.
black eye.
It's a
I
tiny
don't even care.
because
URL.
of a report that was
Definitely went through the
generated
process of
by
manually converting
someone
a City Hall document to a
ended up
tiny
getting
URL.
tossed
It's
out because
not
of ethics.
that.
So the people are supposed to believe a report criticizing our police and making them look like bums and rapists. But yet,
Comrade Fred.
who's going to speak up?
Like to
you know,
see
for the
Comrade
police, you know,
Fred
besides
standing
me
with
and the police?
Vladimir Zelensky with his outfit tonight.
Which we don't really have that many police.
Quarter zip brigade.
The walls keep on
Comrade
dwindling.
Fred,
You keep
knock
on seeing
back a peg or two.
retirements. You keep on seeing people leaving
He
saying,
just
I
said
ain't
we
gonna
don't
take
have
this."
enough police, and who's going to stick up for it?
Enough. Enough.
Can you wrap up, please?
Enough. Treat the police with respect.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
famously the issue with the police.
David Webb, City of Worcester. Was that 12I? 12I, treating the police with respect. Them first. If they treated people with respect,
shut
if they treated people with dignity, people would treat them with dignity. It's
Fuck it,
their
I'm-
position of
I
power,
can't
they should treat
stand
people
this
with
guy.
respect first.
Shut
Anyways,
up.
I'd say I'm sorry to have missed that meeting, but you guys last
Fucking
meeting
A,
doesn't look like
dude.
you got anything done anyways. If we can't lower the cost of living for seniors or increase food accessibility,
Vote for change,
what are you
Bill.
here for? 11B. Thank you, Councilor O'Hara. The large events are one of the things that
Municipal ordinance to just show nobody respect.
Our parks
Nobody's
department just
allowed
had a
within
thorough
Worcester
Q&A,
limits to
but like
respect
everything else in the
anybody.
city,
Ugh,
it's
speaking of
used
public
for people
comment,
running
like I
things rather than
went to
accessible
debate club.
to constituents using them.
The Rodney
913A,
Dangerfield doctrine.
looking
No
forward to the
respect.
first thing we hear, well, I was looking forward to the first thing we hear from the new chief of police, per usual.
I hear
with
the,
no search or interview, being about how they
Department
haven't
of Justice
removed
is
any of
investigating the
bad apples, but
DOJ.
somehow they have already solved
They
most
should
of the
investigate
problems.
my wife.
11A, Attorney Counselor Morris Bergman's order
every
to comply
single
with appointed
joke
one of the
format
10
for
press
Rodney
is listed
Dangerfield.
in the open meeting law as a reason to go into executive session.
You should
go
talk to
over
my
the
mayor,
municipal operations
Mayor
earlier
Vinny
today,
Boombots.
Why would you single out one rule, or in this
It
case,
is
one
amazing that
purpose?
while Bill,
I am, of
well,
course,
David is
against this.
shit
These
talking the
conversations
police, the two
obviously
cops
should
right
be had
behind him, they
public,
haven't looked up
but
there from their
also, as
phones
I
once.
understand it,
Like,
the purpose
Yeah.
of
could
that
not
purpose
give
is
a
for
single
official
shit.
investigation.
Good for them.
A recent example, this counselor voted not to bother doing anyways. So I don't really know.
They're
what
both
he's
they're
going
both
on
watching the
about.
stream right now.
Discussions of professional incompetence are specifically.
I'll sign
not
David Webb's
We hate-
nomination
we hate you
papers
guys
just
too.
to fucking tank his
9/11A,
campaign even further.
This city needs another white male politician like it needs another Rotary.
Oh,
Irony and
shut-
hypocrisy aside, but given current options for District 1, let's put a Rotary there. Thank you.
The next speaker.
Bad
name,
news,
see your
Troubler.
residence and item
You
number.
can't be a moderator and a VIP at the same time.
Yeah, actually, Troubler pointed that out already immediately when I said it.
I appreciate the meeting I had with city manager and the
Mod
chief
trumps VIP, but
concerning
VIP in our
constables.
hearts.
The letter went out, and
Luckily, none of the crank
Angel
counselors read the
Santana
agendas because
still
my name
thinks he
is
can
on a city report
use police
showing
force.
I got a certain amount of
He gave
money
me
from the
3
city,
evictions within the last 3 weeks, and he's
which
planning
would
on coming to my home
is
tomorrow
like,
using
man,
police
that's right up
force.
Mo Bergman's alley to raise a stink
And
about that one.
He's totally ignoring it.
But
Great move. Trav.
why is this guy taking a picture of the
I know,
camera?
It's under the police department.
It's yeah, but it's
Empty
not
chair.
on the agenda. It's a
Okay.
DOJ report.
It's Nico.
I'm sorry.
That's Nico for you. Empty
But
chair.
we hear you though loud and clear. He skipped the message.
Are they going to read out the item, Bill? Are we going to hear your full name, William
No,
Buckfield
no.
Shaner?
No,
What's your
no.
name, see your residence?
William Buford
District 5.
Shaner.
Hello, everybody.
No, but I'm
First
excited
thing I'd
about
like
the
to
project I
talk
got
about is,
Arts Council funding for.
Member Bergman
Me and Sam
said
Olney
go
gonna
to
do
executive sessions. I believe
street
that
paper.
everything should be open to the public. I
street
think
zine.
that should be voted down.
Travis is gonna help. I hope.
As far as the way it's
Yeah.
written, that most things should be
I hope
out
that
here.
sounds like he
We-
is.
We elected you
Awesome.
should be hearing what's going on. As far as the police officers, and I think
Yeah,
you're
that's
not going to
true.
discuss it tonight, but
I respect all police officers until otherwise proven. But the problem is we keep putting off this issue. We have the report. All it does is
Yeah, we'll
put
be getting
all
that together
policemen under
soon.
suspicion. I think we need to
Once
release
Sam
the
gets out of
report
jail.
and even, if possible, by law, give the individuals names that are being investigated, so not all the
Did
police
Sam
officers
get sent to jail
are
for
being
working with you?
treated like they're guilty.
That's exactly why.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The officer behind David is like chewing on his thumb or something.
Worcester, I'm going to speak.
I keep
on,
watching his
11A.
jaw move.
I've talked about it a little bit before. I
Eating
believe
flesh-colored
the
Twizzlers.
request from Councilor Bergman is written incorrectly. I think that you already operate under this, but it's really important
pretty
that
tough
if
jacket.
there are issues within the municipality, whether it's
If John signs into the chat,
elected
if John signs into the chat
that there's
later, make
some
sure
kind of,
don't let me forget the
complaint or
compliment.
charge
This
that it should be brought
jacket
out
that
into
goes
the open.
hard as fuck.
I understand that when someone is charged with a
It's
crime,
like right out of the
actual
Blade
official crime,
cinematic
that
universe.
there's due process rules that apply to them, and maybe
Yeah, he
those
looks
things
like when
should be
Triple
handled
H
under
was in
executive session,
Blade.
because then the city would be subject to a lawsuit if one
Yeah.
of you said so-and-so is guilty of X crime that they're being charged of. In a civil complaint, similarly, it could expose the city to being sued.
Travis,
But
did you move
up
the logo
until
down
that
and put it
point,
over the buffer
the
change
council
thing?
should be free
I just keep
to speak
moving it,
on
too.
any issue related to any employee of the city.
Oh,
including
yeah, the
those who have
Scientology
significant
guy.
power. So we should know about these things. They should
I don't
be
think
talked
we're
about
gonna see him
openly.
for a while.
And again, we've discussed this in another committee. but,
Me and Chris.
He's as
put it out there.
gone
when
to.
cities have tried to apply this
I was gonna say he's as gone to us as Shelley Miscavige.
recently.
Oh,
So we have to really
in
not take
the
chances
most
with
recent
my
podcast, I
tax
plugged the
going
tip line. I
towards,
said,
losing lawsuits
Henri,
where other municipalities
if you're
already have
listening,
that. Thanks.
call
Thank you.
into the tip line.
Next
Let us
speaker,
know
what's your
more
name,
about
see
this
your
Church of
resume number?
Scientology business. Let me
Grace
see.
Ross, Worcester.
Yeah,
And yes, I'm
I would
talking
love
on
to know more.
913.
me
To
see.
back up what Sherry said, we are deeply concerned that this totally clear letter that was awesome, and the meeting was awesome, with the city
Yeah,
manager
George
and the
Seption,
chief, is
all
being
credit,
ignored by
once
the
again.
city's
An
licensed
incredible job.
constables again.
The constables
Sherry,
are not on the agenda tonight. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, this has to do with police enforcement around our protection from people acting like they have police powers
Okay.
who do not.
Stick with that then.
And
Okay.
that's what I'm sticking with.
You showed
so
me.
the issue is this constable that Sherry talked about, who is Angel Santana, who has now
I really
3 times
want
served her
Henri
house,
to
has
get back in the
served
cut.
yet another house for next
Have you guys
Monday.
ever heard
And
any
we know
sort
you
of
guys hate having us
Church of
parachute in
Scientology
to talk about
activity
these individual things in
the
meetings
city?
with the city manager and the chief
Yeah.
because they've got other
We
things
talked
to
about
do.
that
I just know
But
that
putting out a
yeah,
brilliant letter
they've
in support
had a
of the-
presence for a
the,
long time. I knew
They
I
used
knew
to,
some
Officer
Scientologist
Standard
kids
and
growing
Training
up.
Commission,
Did we talk about that last
police,
week?
Yeah, they used to hang out down in
use
the
of
common all the
force
time. And I
requirements
mentioned that there
that
used to
is
be
awesome,
someone.
and
No,
then
I
it's
genuinely
being
no idea who this
ignored.
person was,
We
but
need action
they would
now
come down
to
dressed
make
up in
it
like
clear that if
an
the
alien
city puts
costume,
out a letter to people who are
pretending to be
licensees
Xenu,
of the
and
city,
would like
that they actually
they would-
have to follow it.
They would pretend to
We
be
want
with the
those
Scientologists,
evictions
and like there
taken
would never be enough
off. I understand that
Scientologists
the
to like
police, it doesn't
get rid
feel
of
threatening
Xenu,
to
so
have
there'd
someone
just
show
be
up
some
your house
random
with a
guy
letter saying they're going to
in like
physically
an
remove
old school
you
alien
if they're
costume
then not
walking
going
around
to
trying to
actually
like
try and physically
talk
remove you,
about
but it's the threat
Scientology to people.
that makes most people
Yeah, they'd have a
leave.
tent right down on the
So
common. That was
we
back
need
around the time that
enforcement
we were
still,
running
and
bread
I'm really
not
looking
bombs
forward to
off
had
the
an awesome
common and
conversation with the deputy
bringing the
chief who's been
Scientologists
put
in.
on this,
Just
and I'm
we're
really
cool like
looking
that.
forward to that moving forward.
That's
But in
awesome.
the meantime, evictions are happening at a very fast rate, and just because we know a few people who we can back, that doesn't protect the rest of the people in the city of Worcester who are being subjected to someone claiming they have police powers, and we're not stopping them.
Thank you.
you.
Is your name, see your residence and item number?
Tom Marino, City of Worcester, on the chief's update on reform efforts. Lots of good things. First of all, congratulations to the chief. After a long, long wait, we're happy to have him. A lot of good things in the report. I certainly appreciate the bit about.
I hope that was as sarcastic
trauma
as it
informed and
felt.
victim-centric
Yeah.
investigations. However, the glaring problem that you should know about, because it's obvious, and that's that the enforcement mechanism is the same. An internal investigation by a division of the department that is not credible and has done several investigations that aren't credible. For example, in the beer garden situation, that whole decision to not find that individual responsible for what they did, predicated on two different conversations with two different people that are supposed to happen within 4 seconds. That's not credible. And we can see in the video that didn't happen. But our eyes
That
are
really
on
is
this,
the worst. One of the worst ones.
in the
for police
Cosenza
department.
situation, which I know some of you are repeating this line now based on the findings of the BOPS report, which was done by a former partner of one of the people investigated. So if you're quoting that, you should stop. But so how do you fix it? Well, it's going to take some actually saying stuff and stopping the cult of silence that exists in this body where no one will talk about it. We just went a quarter of a year since December 17th when you first talked about this, almost, a few weeks short. And nothing, silence. And tonight, you're going to vote on an order.
Yeah, John, we loved it.
Seeking to amend the city charter.
The jacket
something you said
really
that should come from
fucking
the people
hits.
last week.
The jacket fucks, yeah.
Yeah.
Over a situation where the cost to the city is less than $34,000. $4 million.
Is he acting like the conservative Pope candidate?
Multiple millions in the works.
In
And
conclave?
nobody will say anything. This can't come from
confirming
the
it
city
is a
manager,
vape.
and it can't come
He's-
from the chief because they
he
have
is
a
hitting a
chain of
vape.
command.
No
which
way.
They need to.
That's what John said.
Can you wrap up your comments?
So sick.
We've seen we've seen this in other cities. What happens when
Now he's
unions
picking
decide
his
that they're not
nose.
gonna
This
work?
guy rules.
It has to come from this council, or it's not going to happen. And I have zero hope right now that anything.
Okay.
No one should
Sounds
investigate
awesome.
themselves. That's ridiculous.
Randy Feldman, City of Worcester. Want to talk to 13F. The charter review that's been called for, it's hard to argue against charter review, but I do want to make the point that oftentimes charter review is a canard and a hoax, and it's really a movement for a strong mayor. And I'd like to voice my opinion that the city manager form of government in Worcester over the last 20 years has served us exceptionally well. That the current city manager is doing a great job. The previous city manager, Augustus, did a great job, and city manager Michael Bryan did a great job. All three of those people are very different leaders and very different people with
Who's
very
paying
different
you to
talents.
say this?
But all three of those people have shepherded our city over the last 20 years to tremendous success. And I hate to see the charter review used instead for people who want individual power, groups of power, party power, instead of professionalism like we've experienced. So I don't want to diminish that some people want different policies and they get involved for that reason, but I want to just give a shout out. In spite of me disagreeing with some things that our current city manager has done, some things that the previous city managers have done, we all disagree with some things that each other believe. They've done a phenomenal job and continue.
This is Randy Feldman. He's on the Human Rights Commission, and he's generally pretty good on stuff.
Item number?
Yeah. That was kind of a weird
Worcester City
tack,
resident.
but whatever.
Agenda item number 913. Congratulations, Chief, on new position. You got an uphill battle. You got 60 jobs that the city needs. I hope that City Council can help the chief by helping our city be safe, by coming up with a solution. Every day I go into a school, I hear teachers and students talk about the students want to be police officers. So let's find a disconnect. There's a disconnect somewhere. So with that being said, let's get creative and start a
he's Stacey Lester's
police
husband.
cadet program with our students that are right here in the city, so our students in the city can fulfill their dream. Let's stop investing outside the city on citizens looking for people when we have people right here in our city that can do the job. I'm also in favor for 12I, metal detectors. I don't feel safe in here. I don't know who's carrying what. I'm also in favor for 13F. Well, not in favor. Let me rebuttal. I'm not in favor for strong mayor. When I sit back and I look at everybody here, no disrespect, but I think Eric is the most qualified person. If I was going to vote for a mayor, that's who I would probably vote for. I think where we're at right now is the safest place because we get to look at your resume, we get to look at where you worked before.
Hey, Bill, did you happen to read the
And I know
Worcester Research Bureau's
the city of
piece
Worcester,
on
that's how we
police
come ahead to be the
recruiting?
second largest city because of our government.
No.
Came
Oh,
out
I didn't read that one.
last week, I
And
think.
with that being said,
Police recruiting?
12A,
Yeah, just going over how the region,
foul
it's not
that.
just Worcester, but the whole region is just,
12C,
well, the country, but
Sarai
it focused
Rivera
mostly on the
foul
region,
that.
just having an impossible time
Yes, I will. 1 second.
recruiting new staff.
Cool.
12F,
That's awesome.
We're still
Keep
talking
it up.
about salt.
I keep sucking at that.
It's gonna be
I know I've mentioned it to you before, that one of the things that I'm reading it, that it
Baseball
doesn't come up
season
at all,
start, and I
is
still haven't heard about the money from Polar Park.
like they don't talk about like the number of retirements that are happening.
Okay.
And that those retirements are just natural retirements from people that have put in a full career. And that means that they're all hired in the early to mid 90s when police officers were funded by the federal government as part of a jobs program because states like Massachusetts had double-digit unemployment. But like the crazy thing is, man, that like the starting salary for a Worcester police officer, I think it's like 68 and change now. That's less than David over at Acoustic Java is offering to pay for a manager for his event space over there, right? Like, even if you fucking hate like police and think we should abolish them completely, like, it'd be nice if somebody would just acknowledge that it's not really an attractive job for anybody at this point.
I just, nature is healing. No one wants to be a cop. That's fucking great. That's.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
And, the cops gotta like it too because they got no competition for overtime.
Plenty of overtime.
Yeah, they can
Councilor Ojeda? Yes.
take out a whole. They can mortgage their place down in Boca Raton.
And Mayor Petty.
In a couple of years, they can have that thing paid off. The amount of overtime they're gonna get.
And it's a feedback loop that works out well for the whole city because everyone knows that there's nothing better for a community than a police officer who's averaging 100+ hours per week.
Yeah.
That's where like your best decision.
That's when you're doing your best work is on Saturday night when you're on hours 90 to 105. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to meet the rest
I'm fine. The cops just take naps in their cars. I mean, that's fine by me.
They should be allowed to take naps in their cars, but only with their body cameras on and a live feed so that everyone can figure out who snores the worst.
Yeah. I'm Emperor of Worcester. Cops aren't allowed to get out of their cars. They can only get out of their cars at the police station. I think that would be a wonderful rule. It would make the job much more attractive for police officers.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a microphone issue on the computer.
Solidifies that
Device
they
the resident's
aren't they aren't expected to do anything.
Was the chief and his army all there just to hear the public say nice things about the chief?
He believes so, yeah.
Customer Information Communication of the reappointment of Vanessa Andre to the
Wow, we're back. We're so back, baby. This is the council. This is the real council business that we've been missing over the past month.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
We are so
Councilor
back.
Gay?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Cops must kiss another cop before they start. You need to kiss off on the beat. Whoever's running the first shift has to kiss the second shift in the mouth, etc.
That goes to ED. I want to thank you for the report.
Mr. Chair, I had a question about that.
Councilor Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quick question to either Mr. Dunn or the city manager. Through you, Chair, there was a line in there that talked about
it's the same
42
sex
units
kiss.
of
The police department's
subsidized units that are about to
85% white men.
expire in 2025. I'm just wondering, since that's happening soon, do we have any idea on how to save the deed restriction nature of these units?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we oftentimes try to have conversations with property owners, developers, in trying to kind of understand what their intentions are, how to restrict, or how to potentially continue the restriction on these properties. Sometimes these restrictions are related to federal funding that they haven't received, and that, and that over time comes to fruition, and then they become available. So we're happy to come back in terms of our discussion with the developer to understand what that will look like and what that could mean moving forward. But that's something that we're kind of having discussion. But I'll let Peter Dunn just talk a little bit further about. and
Sorry, guys, I had
clarity
to go
about
watch
what that would
Conclave
look like.
again real quick.
Mr. Dunn?
Better the fourth time around.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, could you just repeat the question?
Sure. Through the chair, the question was whether we have any plans to.
Be back in just a moment, June.
I'll match your $20
subsidized units that are about to expire in
to Caden's
2025, and if we can get a
And you
list
know
of
what? I
where
don't
they're
have a
located in
lot
the
more
city,
than
that'd be
$20
great
in my
too.
checking account right now. So.
Sure. Through the chair to the counselor, the
This is,
state maintains what's called the subsidized housing inventory, which is a detailed list of those properties that are eligible for inclusion, which basically means that they have a deed restriction for affordable housing. And that list is broken down by property as well as the term of which those affordability periods expire. And so one of the things that we do is look through that list and work with those owners to see if there's ways to preserve those longer into the future. And we'd be happy to provide that list and a status of what that looks like for those units that might be expiring over the next few years.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Did I miss any other
report
spicy public
that,
comments?
And also,
Not
it's
really,
important
no,
for
it's
folks
pretty
to
quiet.
know where these units are located, given the expiration date being this year. So if you really, I feel an urgency to see if there's
I love when
anything
Act
that
Blue
we can
asks
do
for a
to,
tip.
to extend
Absolutely
their expiration
fucking
or their
not.
deed restriction.
Here's a
nature.
tip.
Thanks so much.
Pick a side.
Thank you. We'll have to report. We refer this to economic development.
Chairman, really quickly.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. This is 9.4B, correct? Or are we on A?
We're on A.
A, okay. On 9.4A, you know, it indicates here that 40% of households are cost burdened here in the city. Is that a state assessment? What are we basing those numbers on? That's in the second paragraph. And you know, how often are we updating that? Or are we just relying on data from 2023 or what's the year?
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the
It sucks
chair
that
to
Act
counselor,
Blue
you're
is like the
referring
only
to
game in
the
town,
summary
but
memo
it
that
kinda
we have,
is.
and so obviously the report that is the housing production plan is quite extensive with a variety of
They're not
source
like
data.
shady though,
So
are
we
they?
primarily
I mean, I know
rely
they
on
ask for
census
tips,
data
but
for
like,
that, and we do know that
No, that's
we
just
don't
like,
always have
you know,
real-time
just
visibility
Democratic
into what's,
consultant
you know,
class
today's
blob,
median
you
household
know,
income, what are
the
today's
people that
rents. When we
lost us
look
the
at
Republic
those
for
primary
forever.
source data, there's often a lag.
but they're not
There might
like
have been the
they're not like
2023 is the
they're just a
most available through
clearinghouse.
that
Like
data
they're
source.
like
You know,
are they like
accountability and
are they like
transparency
active
measures
in
that
politics
the
or
city
they'll
embarks
just
upon
anybody with a
regards to this
D
is
they'll
extremely
I
important.
mean, I bet if you
could
do like
just
the
speak
board
to
of
the public
directors.
before we move on,
Let's see.
That's true, yeah.
About the oversight that the Economic Development Office is engaged in relative to this, through the chair.
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, as it relates to the housing production plan, we don't have one yet. This is our first effort to create one. Under the state law, they are required for communities that fall short of that 10% threshold for the subsidized housing inventory. And so since Worcester has maintained a threshold above that 10% level, it hasn't been required of us, but we took the initiative with the support of this council as well to
Brendan,
do
how's
it
June?
for our own benefit to make sure that
She was
as we're
great. She was literally just sitting
understanding
outside the
demographics
door.
of the city,
It's
the
she's
trends
just
that we're
too quiet
seeing, where we
sometimes.
see
and
that going, and
that's
the housing
usually in
needs
my
that
head. That's
we're
when something terrible is
prioritizing
happening.
The allocation of resources,
But it never is.
most notably the federal grants that we get, and now with our new Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to make sure that we're leveraging those resources in the most strategic way possible. And so our office, as well as the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, will be the ones that will be monitoring the efforts and the progress for the recommendations that are coming out of this plan moving forward.
Thank you. And through the chair to the
You
administration.
mean will he show his plumbing?
As mentioned, we are above the 10% threshold that this was referred to. And we know that we have neighboring communities.
His
that
campaign
are
announcement's just going to be like a dick
through the
pic.
chair to the administration, can you speak a little bit to sort of where litigation is or pertaining to those communities that are not upholding
One of the
their part
directors
as
of Act Blue, I was
relates
just
to,
looking it up.
some of the legislation that's been filed for
Mark
creation
Layton,
of
he
housing,
is
affordable
a
housing, through the chair.
VP a long
Through
VP
the chair to the
title
counselor, I think there's
at
two
something
kinda
called
interwoven
Kraken.
questions in there
Hmm.
related to the
Kraken
threshold under Chapter
is
40B, which is the 10% threshold for affordable housing. And so when communities fall short
Probably
of
the
that,
second-
transforming
they
the
do have to
energy
create
and
this
modern
housing production
utilities
plan, and then
landscape
they're
in
also,
support of accelerating the
required to
world's
provide
shifts
some
towards a
zoning flexibility to
decarbonized
developers
future.
that are then proposing affordable housing in those communities. So that's kind
So,
of the, I guess, consequence. The
federal
main
contracts
consequence is
to
They're probably
do
not
permitting for
causing a
those
ton of
affordable
pollution in
housing
India.
projects that get proposed in those communities.
Federal
And then I know
contracts
over the last couple of
do
years with the
something.
MBTA communities law, there have been efforts around really multifamily develelment by right. So it's, you know, certainly
I love
think
climate
there's a
shit.
goal
It's
across
like
the
the thing that we
Commonwealth for the
desperately
affordability
need
aspect of it, but the
more than
MBTA
anything,
communities law
most
wasn't,
likely to be a make work
focused on the
program for
affordability
DC
level. It was really
area,
making sure that communities
Harvard,
that
and
historically
Georgetown
have had a
graduates.
preponderance of single-family zoning, limited single-family
awesome.
zoning, that there's at least a certain amount of acreage in those communities
And
where
there's
they're proximate
been
to
so much
commuter rail
bad faith,
to have
like
multifamily
hucksterism
developments allowed
that
by
like
right.
Yeah, literally,
And so
that's how we have
certainly,
Elon Musk. Like
and
all
then
of his
most
government
recently, I think over the
contracts are
last
tied
month or
up in
so,
like,
there was a recent
oh,
court
electric cars are
decision
going to
upheld,
decarbonize the
the state's
future.
ability to do that.
Fuck
and
you.
it's
Some of those
just they're
communities
just
that were
they're just dumping the
holding or
carbon on the
showing some
shores of
resistance to that are
southern
starting to,
China,
change
and
course to
Yeah.
they
comply
think
with
they
that.
think that if the
Last
pollution's
question,
on,
Chair,
if the
two
bad
administrators
air's
have
on
this
one
as
side
a,
of the earth, it's not going to
question
come.
for the
It's not
solicitor.
going
Yeah,
to
yeah,
hurt
yeah,
us.
yeah.
But is there
And
any sort
it's
of,
so bad and so blatant
legal
that I feel like
strategy
it's
that's the
just
city's
it's scuttled any
possibly
hopes of ever
could
doing
tap
anything actually
into
about.
relative
You know how
to
we're gonna
those
get away
communities that are
from
not doing their part? Because at the
crude
end of
oil
the day,
extraction, lithium.
when you're looking
We're
at,
gonna start extracting the
folks who are
lithium
unsheltered, folks who are unhoused, lack
and
of affordability,
trucking it around the
and
world.
the need for us
Crude
to
oil
increase
powered
the number of
boats.
housing
I don't know if anyone's
options
ever seen it. It's
for
not a
people,
great. I don't know if it's. I don't know how
that
great of
a
a
lot
movie
of
it
those
is.
folks end up
It's a good
centered
movie.
here,
But
in
Elysium is
Worcester,
the most accurate
as they're
depiction, I
trying
think,
to
of what the
gain
future is going to
stability.
look like.
And my question to the administration is there any sort of legal avenue
Just,
wherein we could join in, perhaps with other
bleak.
similarly sized communities, you know, if there's a legal impact or some sort of a fiscal impact on our city because these
Oh my God,
surrounding
this
towns are
Kraken
funneling
Bitcoin
people,
thing is pretty cool.
Here, or people are
They're
coming
culture
here
aligned
because
and
of
mission aligned.
the lack of resources in
God.
those outer communities through the chair.
Mr. Dunn or the city solicitor?
I hope I never have to get a real job again. I cannot stand the way that people in jobs speak.
Through the chair to the counselor, the recent court case that Mr. Dunn referred to
Yeah.
is really regarding the zoning flexibility and requirements. So there's no avenue there.
I know you're not a
Issue
big
maybe, you know,
Ezra Klein
stating that we
stands,
have
but any chance
housing
anyone listened to Ezra Klein this morning?
There's not a fucking chance in hell, dude.
So no, just based on what you where you just went with all that, it was they had the Biden's policy director for AI on, and was just making it totally clear that like everybody in both the Biden administration, the national security institutions, and the Trump administration is well aware AGI is happening between 2026 and 27, but nobody has a plan for it. So good luck with that.
That's sick.
Making faces. That's what I'm
So you might not have to worry about jobs.
Top of my head right now, I don't have.
You know, people are laughing. No, but I'll be honest with you. The best long-form conversations that have been happening with people that are relevant on federal politics right now, Ezra Klein has been pulling off. It's almost shocking how good the conversations have been. He's still wicked annoying, and you're not going to get anything but like milquetoast political ideas from him. But he's getting hour-and-a-half interviews with people that actually matter. It's been kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I would have to come back.
Yeah, he has his uses.
Like a report in
Yeah,
that regard.
I mean, it's you know,
encourage the
here's one like he
administration
had
to do
Jake
that.
Auchincloss on
You know,
2 weeks
we-
ago, and like
as mentioned, some
I
of
don't
these
know
reports are
anybody
opposed
that
to
was
housing
even wanted to
what
acknowledge
impacts
Jake
Worcester
Auchincloss when he was first running for
impacts Worcester,
Congress,
right? They're
and
both saying,
after that interview,
you know,
I mean, his phone is ringing off the
Worcester
hook
County
for
gets
people
a,
trying to get him to make sure that he
season
runs
and
against
the city
Markey,
of Worcester has the
just to
flu,
keep
so,
Markey from destroying
it
the
has a
universe any
significant
further.
impact on us as
It's
citizens.
but it's only because
regards to
they just let him
people
talk for an hour and a
vulnerable,
half.
so,
And yeah, exciting
I
guy,
would like
no,
to see that.
but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
clearly smarter than people who were primed for a post Edward R. Murrow 15-second network TV soundbite.
Request for information.
I think that guy is that the. I think I
Councilor
heard.
Bergman?
Was it on Chapo? They were talking about that
Councilor
guy.
G.I.?
He wants to make
Yes.
15-minute
King?
cities and
Yes.
former
Councilor Carlson?
fucking
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ada?
military
Simo?
bases that got shut
Councilor
down.
Russell?
Well, we got 2 in Massachusetts, yeah. So he had been working on funding for both Devon's and the other one that we have that's smaller. That's just like, I mean, that's what Devon's was supposed to be. It was initially chartered. So Jeff Mulford, who was our city manager, when he left when he got fired as our city manager, got hired by Devon's, was supposed to convert it into a city. But that was back in the 90s, and it just fucking stalled out.
To advocate for the implementation of alternate side parking system in our city.
Yeah, Devon's is fucking
currently
crazy.
Where we have to
really
insane.
move our
Yeah, I mean, you
cars
still have tons of like
distance
weird
away
military contractors
from our
working down there and
homes
whatnot,
for
and
spring and fall cleanup. And then the issue of where we only have one side getting plowed for snow cleanup, and then the roads getting narrower and narrower with each storm. I think that alternate side parking would be a really great thing for us to explore doing. The system for alternate side parking is like Manhattan and many other cities and towns across the country and world, where you have
Like
cars
real
park
places.
on one side one day and then switch over the next day to do the other side. That way people have a parking space that is near them that would enable
Hey,
people
Hogan, that
like
was a
me
big
who
part
are
of the
disabled,
conversation,
people
and
who have young kids that can't walk
yeah,
very
they just say
far
you're
away
wrong.
from them or drop them off at home.
As simple as that.
and
And
then
but
have to leave
also
them
in the
home alone
context
while
of
they
like,
go
if you're
park.
right, great, no harm,
Or
no foul.
seniors
But if
who have risks
everyone
of
who currently
falls
sits in
on
front of a
ice
computer
and things like that
as
during
work
storms like this last
somewhere in the
set.
next 5 years realizes that they're
I
no
think that
longer
it would be
needed.
very
like,
beneficial for us to explore it. It offers
That's
a
when
simple
Worcester
and
sucks will
effective
really come into its
solution,
own. I'm
so that we can clear the
unreplicably
streets
stupid.
more efficiently and consistently.
When
And
the two
rotating
robots from the
schedule
second
also
Bill and
means
Ted
we can
movie
reduce
are
inconvenience
writing
and
it.
physical strain.
You're gonna have to get some robots
Then
covered
the
in
city
shit.
also takes 5 days to get
Poop
to
robots.
us after putting signs up for
Spring
parking
bots.
for leaf and spring cleanup. Then we can at least park on one side of the road, wait for that to happen. We know when it's happening because the street has been cleaned. We move over to the next side the next day. There's announcements via Alert Worcester, and we then move our cars over, and then you can clear the other side of the road.
I've been
I
slapping the
sent
bass.
an email with a lot of more
Playing bass for Shaun.
information on it
Sort of late show.
to everyone, including the
I'm
city
so excited.
manager. So if you can, if you approve this, check that out. If you haven't had a chance to already, I would love to speak on 9.4's items from the Economic Development Office or any of the other items on the agenda that need the attachments to be visible, but the Laserfiche access is currently blocked, saying that we need to log in, just so y'all know.
Yeah,
So
the
general
Laserfiche
public
access is blocked. Had to use
trouble
the
getting
other
to
version of the
those.
agenda. So
Regarding
fucking
11A,
annoying.
I know a number of police officers who are fantastic humans, but they're the exception rather than the norm. I would much rather we stop expecting respect from people that we do not get respect back from. The platinum rule of treat others as they wish to be treated needs to be done better. Our police need to do better than protecting bad eggs. That brings all of them down. Also, I agree with Tom Marino, no one should investigate themselves. Regarding charter review, sorry, I'm missing the item number. I believe that the city council putting it on the ballot instead of doing signature collection would be beneficial because it still allows the entire voting population to have their say, so it doesn't take away their voice to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll send that to the city manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calodio?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor
Are you guys gonna play some Rage Against the Machine at the show?
Carlson? Councilor Ian? Councilor Ojeda? Councilor Patillo? Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? and Mayor Petty.
Give it as a name.
Semi-annual Cliff and Tie reporting.
That's a great idea, Brian. This is my friend Scott's bass. This is a short scale Fender jazz bass. It is so much fun to play. It's got some round wounds on it.
And just want to thank
it's beautiful
for these reports tonight, all the reports tonight.
Wow, I gotta learn some Rage Against the Machine Base parts,
I think
dude.
it's
They're so much
important
fun.
that I'm a big believer in the tips. I think they make a difference here in the city of Worcester. And it says here we have
Whoever's drumming
active
for you. No, you
customers
actually know is the bass player, right? That climbed the
$334
set
million
at the
of private
MTV Music Video
investment,
Awards.
created 876 new and full-time jobs.
I can't remember which one it was.
366 full-time jobs. And also regarding the tie, regarding the housing, creation of 842 units of housing.
Jack, do you have a list of who pulled papers for city offices today? And also, unsuspend me, you fucking coward.
UCH TIP, you say that? UCH TIP program that would create 245 mixed income affordable residential units, representing a total of $168 million. So I think this works for the city of Worcester. It's the most, really the only tool we have besides state tax credits and historical tax credits. So I thought it was important.
You know what? Tool you fucking have, you fucking dipshit, is just let the city be cool. Stop getting in the fucking way.
Report, we talk about Madison Properties.
If you build it, they will come. You don't have to give a tax break to every fucking stupid ass thing that comes through.
Through chair to Mr. Dunn.
Sure, through the chair to the mayor. In this particular report on the semi-annual, we have some summary of the existing executed documents we have of Madison, but because on this agenda as well, we have the more detailed report relative to Madison Properties and where they're at. That next item, I think it is, kind of goes into more detail, but the overall development program that Madison Properties has committed to in the ballpark district includes 5 different buildings, and so we had 2 executed agreements, one with the left field building TIF agreement, as we know, was then terminated earlier this fall, and then the tie agreement on the Revington. But the other 3 projects don't have executed agreements associated with them yet because
this is a
some
great
of the
this is a
details
great
in those agreements
blurb
need to have visibility into when that
Auchinclosh's
construction's going to commence, the
Wikipedia
the project.
page on
So the
January
overall
25th.
deal with Madison Properties included like frameworks for those
I gotta
remaining
pull you
3
down for a
buildings, but we don't
second.
have the executed contracts with them yet because the project timelines on those
January
are uncertain right
25th,
now.
2023, he delivered a 1-minute speech on the House floor entirely generated using Chat GPT, making it the first speech in Congress to be written with artificial intelligence programs. The speech was about creating a U.S.-Israel research facility centered on artificial intelligence. So that's
Candy Carlson District 2.
Jeez Louise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to say it's great to get these reports back. So just want to say thank you to Mr. Dunn for the detailed reports. And really wanted to comment on, for most of these projects, through the chair to Mr. Dunn, it appears, looking at the different reports that have come back, that a lot of these different projects have gone above and beyond what the full-time jobs created and how many they have to date. You know, as you look at somebody like St. Vincent's, which is great, that they've increased what they thought they would create from 22 to 52. And there's many others in here that the full-time jobs certainly are far more.
Put a nightcap
than
on.
what they
Candy could be honk
had
shoeing
put
right
in
now.
TIF, the application. So that's
Honk
great
shoeing
to
or weep
see
weep
that it's
weeping.
more
Not sure
than
which one.
the expectation.
she looks like she's sitting in the corner of the room on Christmas morning,
Done in terms of our goals that we
telling
have
kids,
for
"Oh, you
these
missed one over
different
there,"
projects.
and just dreaming about the bottle of wine she's gonna
That
house with
seems to
dinner.
be
Yeah.
falling a little short of what our goals
Nothing
are.
wrong with any of that. Sounds nice.
Is there a particular reason why that's happening? Because it certainly appears that it's that particular piece is happening across the board.
Mr. Dunn?
Sure, through the chair to the counselor. As I understand the question, you're referring to the goals that we have around the construction activity. So you had mentioned earlier some of the successes of the projects that get into that post-construction phase, permanent jobs, the businesses that receive these benefits, which has been largely successful. But with the short-term construction level jobs that are created while the building's being constructed, we have a number of goals for Worcester residents participation, people of color, and women on those jobs. And obviously with the institution of the Responsible Development Ordinance, future reports will include MWBE subcontractors, so subcontractors that are owned by women, subcontractors that are owned by minorities as well, that's consistent with the city's goals. So we've made a lot of enhancements, and the next reports will be reflective of that, because we don't have any projects subject to that that have really gotten into full swing of construction yet. And I think what you're seeing on some of the construction level activity, that workforce inclusion that we like to see, we are seeing some successes, I'd say, across those different categories. We've seen the most success on people of color participating on those jobs. And I think that we're seeing, to your point, across the board with a variety of different dynamics of the projects, whether it's, local general contractors, projects that are predominantly non-union, projects that are predominantly union. We're seeing that most of the time that we're not able to meet all of those goals across the board. And so sometimes it can be a trade-off in terms of what's doing well and what isn't doing well. And I think that as we establish those goals, we did it with the mindset of just that it's where we wanted to be, not setting these, minimum bar thresholds or quotas, because we knew that we would satisfy them. We knew that we would accomplish them on each and every project. I think we're trying to address years and years of historical disparities in the construction industry. And so a lot of that takes time. A lot of it includes the ecosystem that we have, working with partners in the industry, like the Building Pathways program, Tradeswomen Tuesdays, working with our schools, getting people interested in the trades as a career pathway. And so a lot of that takes years to accomplish.
Did you guys see that the Supreme Court
the numbers and where we want to be? And I think it's just
decided that the EPA cannot essentially maintain water quality standards
And I just also
today?
want to point out that sometimes with some of these
Win for
different
Worcester.
projects, for
Yeah, I mean,
example,
yeah, we've saved ourselves a bunch of lawsuits.
put their project on hold, so it certainly is reflective in the numbers at this point.
You love to see that headline. Supreme Court strikes down EPA rule on discharge of water pollution.
We will get back on track. And
Nationwide poop
certainly
thing.
that we'll meet the numbers. And just really want to.
This is how we get ahead. This is how we get on the map.
Victoria in your office, who works really hard on all of these goals.
You guys
with
just
the different
arrived at the
developers,
sewer.
making
We were
sure
born
that
into it.
we're staying on
Oh.
track.
Molded by it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was born in the sewer.
I was born in the
Thank you,
sewer.
Mr. Chairman. I also
Molded
want
by
to
it.
talk a little bit about the Responsible Development Ordinance.
I mean,
regarding its
just Ed
contracting
Augustus really laid down
goals
the
for
template
local
for that.
workers
if you
and
think about
diverse
it, it's not that much
participation.
poop. You're talking
Right.
about
I
5
think when I
million
first
gallons of
came
poop
in,
and
myself
hundreds of
and Candy Cops came in the same year. I
millions
think
of lake.
that was around the time that we were really moving forward. on
Yeah,
these
the
things, and
four
our
dissenting votes
council
were all the
supported
women
it.
on the Supreme
And
Court.
it's important, as you've heard. My question to the administration regarding the construction monitoring and the diversity monitoring committee. Do we have a sense of to what degree the data is trending as it relates to the touch points that we're looking to, through the chair?
It's great for Worcester.
Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, I think when we started doing this work, really, probably 8 to 10 years ago, we saw lower figures than what we're seeing today. And also, I think what we're doing is we're creating like a new normal in terms of shifting the mindset about how this is important. So I think that that's largely been successful.
We're creating
when
a
we
new normal
have these
about shifting the
conversations now. We
mindset of
explain
this is
these
important.
expectations to developers and
We're
contractors.
creating
now.
a new
It's
normal
something that
about
they're
shifting the
not,
mindset of this is important.
Unfamiliar
What
with.
does
It's
that
something that
fucking mean?
it's become an expectation, not just here, but elsewhere. So I think we've
Sounds like a
done
line
good
from
job
Severance.
playing that role of shifting that mindset, making sure that that's the new normal, and that this is important. That when you're, seeking a job as a contractor,
God,
it's
like
not
I
just
said,
about having the lowest
I
price.
hate
it's
the
also
way that
about
people
making
with
sure that
jobs
we're
talk.
seeing,
It's
that
just-
representative
it's just
workforce
crazy.
of benefiting the local community, benefiting historically underrepresented populations, and so
Peter Dunn, you've
that
turned your back
has-
on the
has
entire
also been a
pop punk
success that we're
community.
seeing, aside from just the sheer numbers as well.
It's the one
Thank
thing
you.
zone
My
of interest really
apologies, but
nailed.
have we received those
the
actual
way that people in
numbers
bureaucracies
across
behave.
the city recently?
Untold
Across
horrors
the,
go on.
Across divides.
percentages of,
Yeah.
Across divides.
that are meeting the diversity requirements they're looking for.
Sure, through the chair. So it's the last page of this report is a summary of the active construction projects that have goals associated with them.
Per million.
And so right now, as of this report, this is for the period ending December 31st.
We haven't had a real bad poop
2024.
incident.
We
in a
had
while.
4
That was
active
more of a
projects,
relic of
and,
the Augusta times.
Doherty was wrapping up.
Yeah.
Obviously, Doherty doesn't have a TIF. but
Right.
because
We had
of
one
what
last
do
summer,
in
didn't
our
we?
office in
Did we have a bad
monitoring those
poop one last
projects
summer?
that
I can't
have
remember.
Tax benefits associated
Well,
with
I mean,
it. We were
what is a
also
bad poop
supporting,
event these days?
The Department of
Right.
Public
How much
Facilities
shit
in
do we
that
actually need
because
in our
that
the
public
jewel of
construction
Worcester
project for Doherty High
to
School
be
had
considered
similar
bad?
goals, so we were
I
involved
tell you
in
what's a real
monitoring
bad
to
poop
assist
event.
our
Every time
colleagues
that
in the other department
that
on
dude
that
Ezra
project.
Klein gets behind a
you.
microphone.
And,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know,
No, I'm just kidding.
Bazinga.
I have no
The
opinion on that.
thing
Really.
that comes to mind is regards to the Madison property. I know they had a refusal.
That was a really good
to
roast,
provide
Bill. Are you
data,
going to use that at the
pertaining
the
to
roast
Oh
of
my
Worcester
God,
next
I
week?
I know
can't.
that we
I
discussed
can't.
this.
Sean
when I
knows
was,
my
in
opener.
economic development.
You guys are gonna love
last
my
term.
opener.
Oh shit! Me and Travis were
I
thinking the
was
same
vice
thing.
chairman.
The roast of Worcester coming up
Asked
on
that
March
they come
14th
in
at
and,
8 p.m. at the White Room. Everybody, all
sounds
proceeds
like
go to
based on this
Trans
report,
Lifeline.
this is still an ongoing
It's for a good
issue.
cause. Tickets
How
are
are we
available. They are
continuing
donation
to
based.
address
Whatever you
that
want
with
to
that
donate.
particular,
I'm going to break a little
company?
bit of news
And,
right
are we
here and
finding
tell
any
you all
other
that
challenges,
we are
from
holding a little
similar
contest. The
folks through the chair?
highest single donator, whoever donor,
Sure, through the chair. On
gets to
that
come up
particular
and say
project,
one
Madison
swear
Properties,
into the
I just
microphone.
wanna clarify
So-
that is the next item on the agenda. I'm happy to
Any
speak
swear?
now,
Think
but-
Any swear? I mean, not a slur.
Take it off.
Mr. Warren, Madison
I
Properties.
prefer no
Just wanna be
slurs.
clear about that.
But any of
And
the,
so,
any of the
yes, in
vanilla
report,
swears
it's,
are on the table.
9.4C relative to the Madison Properties update. It's this came up in November. There was
I
a
was
request
thinking
from the
about
council about
that the lowest
compliance
donator, because
with
we can
the-
see how
they
much people
didn't
donate
have
to
the
get a
responsible
ticket.
development ordinance,
I was
because
thinking
we know
about
the
the lowest
Remington
donator, we
project,
would
the first
roast
project
them.
that they undertook was under
But
construction before
that feels
the
mean to people that
responsible
are trying to
development
help.
ordinance came to be, but we previously had a TIF and tie policy, as we called it, which was a contractual
All right,
obligation
everyone
with them in that agreement. And
on the
we,
stream
in that
right now
monitoring,
apply
there
to
was,
this
concern
local
where they were not
investigations fellowship.
sharing
Hopefully
all
one of us
the
gets it.
certified payroll
That
forms
is
for
a
all the
really good
contractors
deal.
on the job, and when we addressed that with them and sent them a couple of letters of
You can all say that
non-compliance
you
relative
work
to
for Worcester
that,
Sucks.
incompletion relative to their reporting.
Troubler. Okay, that is okay. If you can, if you can get away with saying the slur, you can say the slur.
Which are subject to public records requests, which we're not allowed to redact when those are requested. In our experience, it's the only project that has really had that level of concern. You know, other projects, they understand that this is kind of like the rules of the game, if you will, when you're getting involved in the project, and that those certified payroll forms have to be submitted to the city. So it's the first project that we've seen that level of concern related to the reporting that is required. So we have, in terms of their compliance, like we wouldn't be able to say today that that project 100% complied with all of the different provisions of the TIF and tie policy. They did. Try to,
yes, we're
do
working
like
on that.
I guess what you would call like a corrective action plan.
We
Where
will
they,
much the same
engaged
as
with a local
it was last
independent
year.
accounting firm where,
We'll have it running
they were the ones
to the
gathering
best of
certified
our
payroll forms from all the
meager
contractors,
abilities.
because that's like a
But it worked. It worked well
independent
last year.
intermediary, if you
so.
will, and that being an accounting firm, an auditing firm, they then certified that
Uh,
information and sent
yeah,
us
this
those
is a
summary
cool event.
reports monthly. We did do a site visit, like a
I am
spot
going
check
to
of
be
those
there
records with the
tomorrow at
accounting firm.
6.
They did appear to
At
be accurate,
6.
but because we have not had a full
And-
kind of repository of all the certified payroll
It's gonna be
forms on
pretty
that
cool.
project, we wouldn't be able to say that that is in full compliance with it. And I would also say that some of the enhancements made when we put forward the responsible development ordinance, some of that was really from the learning experience we had on that project. So tightening up some language, enhancing the whole section that we have in that ordinance about corrective action and remedies and things like that if we see a project kind of falling off course. And so, you know, I would think
We'll
that,
have-
I don't want to speak for the council.
we'll have
but I think
AGI
that
do
if
it.
This, you know, goes to committee, that we would maybe have Madison Properties kind of speak to that in greater detail and maybe come up with making sure that that doesn't happen again on their future projects, because as we know, we expect them to undertake additional development projects with the responsible development ordinance for the remainder of the ballpark area, and so we would be expecting that we wouldn't see that situation occur again.
Thank you. My concern is future impact, and I think you spoke a little bit to that, and there's some steps being taken, and you know, we need to make sure that folks are getting paid their fair share, that they're being paid their wages, that the wage theft is not happening on projects, and this is a mechanism by which we can do exactly that, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the administration, I know that when we set standards with the responsible development ordinance and the like, there were concerns about us quelling development and sort of suppressing folks from coming in and doing business with the city. Similarly with inclusionary zoning and other things that we do to try to make sure that there's an equity piece in all of this. Through the chair to the administration, can you speak to the reality of that related to these two matters?
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. So through the chair to the councilor, when we do these various projects under the TIF or TIE program, the tax benefits, it's a very select group of projects. It's not something that has an effect on the entire development activity happening in the community. And so I think that there's like a self-selection bias then, right, where there are, projects that might be trying to figure out what tools, what financing strategies they can undertake to make their projects feasible, to get their projects done. I do think that there's likely some folks that would, not pursue this option because of the expectations, but I don't think it means that we're quelling development activity in the city. I think we've set out what we think is important for us if we're going to be providing these benefits to projects, what our expectations are, making sure that there's responsible contracting, making sure that there's local participation, diverse participation on that job. I think they're reasonable expectations to have. So I don't have concerns about what we have in our ordinance. I think
I'm just going to ignore it, like all this Pope stuff.
What we want to see in these projects when they receive these benefits, and I think that they're reasonable expectations to have.
My one
Okay,
prediction
and
for
lastly, Mr. Chairman, with respects to our active
Trump's
tip
speech
and tie
tonight is,
construction,
as soon as
we
the
have
boo
snapshot
drowns him
here.
out, he's going to pull a
Is it
Browning high
common,
power out of
or
his
does it- or I guess not as a comment.
suit pocket
Is it possible that
interior
these folks
and
also
just
have
shoot a
community
random
benefit agreements?
congressperson and then go right back to talking.
Chair.
I hope he shoots himself.
Through the chair to the councilor, for the ones
By
that
accident.
are active, I don't believe there are community benefits agreement associated with it. I think what we've tried to do with all of what's included in the responsible development ordinance are community benefits. So I think we hope that our TIF agreements and our tie agreements are very representative of what you would see in a community benefits agreement. So I don't know that having a separate one would be any value add other than what we've
I love
already
the
done with
detail of
those
like
agreements and the policies that we
all
have.
of the Democratic politicians that are inviting like fired federal workers
to the community benefit
to the
agreement,
speech to quote unquote shame Donald Trump, like as if that's a thing.
Share that through the chair. I only have like a minute left, so
Yeah, he doesn't feel that emotion.
Through the chair
He
of the council,
will
usually
enjoy
what we
it.
see on community benefits agreement
Yeah.
are those elements that,
He's a
as I was
demon.
speaking to with the responsible development ordinance, trying to make sure that economic development translates to community development, that we have that participation from our local community in these projects. And so that's reflective, I would say, both in a community benefit model, but also
I'm
in a
not
responsible
suggesting he's even going to aim
development
the
ordinance where we
thing,
have these goals
but
for
no, I mean he's
Worcester
going
residents
to.
participating on the job,
Trump would not own a block.
color participating
That's
on the job, local
he would own a
companies
full
participating on the
steel
job,
frame
and so all those
handgun.
things in terms of how
And
Worcester is benefiting and Worcester
in
is
his heyday
participating
in
is
Manhattan,
reflective
that's
of
like
whether
when
you
the
wanna
high
call it
power
a
was
community
still a
benefits
thing.
agreement or whether you
It would
wanna
only
call
make
it
sense
our
the one gun he's ever
responsible
owned is a
development agreement.
Browning
And
high
so what we do
power.
with our TIF
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The RDO, Responsible Development Ordinance, is absolutely something that we all have had input on and worked on, and it's important. I would just make a motion that, if there's any way, I'm all for increased and enhanced community involvement. I know we have projects coming up of development in the city, and if there's tips and ties, if there's state monies, the more community involvement, the better. And so my motion would be that community benefit agreements be explored with the community through the Office of the Economic Development Team here, for future, and even some of these current things. As perhaps is often the case is, we've done a lot of work here on this stuff, and we have parameters and they all make sense, but the community always has additional benefits. We know that community benefit agreements ensure good relationships, particularly with new development and new developers, and it's a negotiation between those community groups and that benefit not just the developers, but also the entire community, Mr. Chairman. So that'll be my motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're all set. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, on Madison Properties, the reference was made on various different projects, not the left field building that we have had the discussion on last week. But on other buildings that were in the plan. Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. McGurthy, were those buildings factored into the WUSOX numbers, the Polo Park debt service potential revenue? The buildings that were not built besides the left field building?
Mr. McGurthy?
And if they were, to what extent?
Through the chair, absolutely. The DIF financing structure is built on the
Brendan, what do you think
economic
about this
development plan that was envisioned under the DIF.
What's that?
Which is why each
Geo's
year
comment
we
here.
have to reconcile what we budget versus what we
Ooh.
actually take in to determine. whether or
Yeah,
not
see,
the
I don't know.
revenues are
There's something about the high power that I just,
So the would you have
I don't
those
know.
numbers
I could be
handy, or
wall.
could
Why,
you
we'll
provide
see
us
tonight.
with a report
I guess what we
saying
should be
those
predicting is
potential
which
numbers
congressperson
look
catches a
like,
stray. It's not going to be the one he's aiming for.
for revenue for those buildings, besides the left field building, that Madison was supposed to be building, that we had plans, a framework set up, but we didn't come to a final agreement with them on. But what we were counting on those for.
I think
and
that
then
tonight would
if
be a really
we were
good time
counting
for
on
a,
it for X amount of dollars, when we see other revenue for X amount of dollars coming up from other
how do I
properties
say
that
this?
were unexpected.
Uh-oh.
If somebody wants to answer that now.
Quick, make a donation.
Top of it, I am, perhaps, maybe you know it off the top of your head, but if
Tonight would be a really good night for
next week or so.
Through the chair, it's something
You know
we would
what I
have to
mean?
put together.
You know what I mean?
Come up with
Yeah.
assessments of projects and project
A
progress.
designated survivor situation.
Oh, one of the bigger, I mean, it's been dropping over the last couple hours, but there's been a rumor circulating all day that, like, by tomorrow morning, we're not a member of NATO anymore.
Oh,
And
yeah, sick.
that is, if there was ever going to be a time where just like a bunch of generals would walk into the fucking room, followed by a bunch of MPs, and like haul somebody out kicking and screaming, like probably would be live national television tonight.
Compile, be added on top of that.
That could be cool.
I like that idea. Yeah.
Maybe a nice firefight between Kash Patel's private security and a bunch of MPs. Like, I don't know. But
Elon Musk deputized private security. Marshals. Yeah.
A classic officers revolt.
Has anyone,
that would be
has,
great.
has everybody watched Civil War?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
And I'll stand here again.
I mean, not as good as Conclave, but
No, but a good.
I actually
double
really
feature.
enjoyed it.
A good double feature.
Nothing wrong, and it shouldn't be any.
Yeah, that's Civil War was cool. It was a little bit too much about like journalists and their problems for me.
Yeah.
But because like
I mean, it was very much that. I don't know if I.
are
I don't know.
journalists
I
going to
don't.
make or break the Civil War? Absolutely not.
I see. I didn't. I
The whole
didn't see it
conceit
as.
about we got to get the picture. It's like, ooh,
See, I read that in the movie as
You mentioned about
the sickness of
possibility
a journalist,
other
not necessarily
projects
putting it up as like an ideal,
benefited from
but as
anticipated
a
projects
like
in
a
the area.
reality.
Oh, okay.
Of,
Not only that area,
like,
but it also has created.
this is what
unanticipated projects
this type of
across the
person,
city.
how this type of person would
But there
react,
is
even
a-
in this
we've
situation.
benefited from
It
some
would
of the
be
funding that
like,
has come forward with new
but
projects
that's
that
me.
are
I don't know. You know.
anticipated that has helped the diff.
that's not how I read it.
Sure.
But we would have to
Yeah.
bring a report, provided
I read it
Um,
as like journalists are the most important part.
So take these two items.
I
Mr. Chair,
don't want to
sorry,
derail,
I
but
have
can
one
we
here.
discuss whatever's going on with Jenny's face right now?
Those are
Mr.
called
Chair, I-
glasses.
just a comment
Are they
on
cartoon?
the,
It looks kind of like an
the
Instagram filter.
It's an Instagram filter.
element
Yeah.
of the tie.
Yeah. If she
which,
like raises her
you know,
eyebrows, they'll fly
finances,
off her head.
Housing, and then a question or a motion regarding 9
Remember when
as
Kate
well.
wore sunglasses? That was so
Just a
cool.
comment on the tie report. I didn't speak much on the housing production plan because I understand it's a draft.
I think that
It's a
was
very thorough report,
you're pretty
very
spot
well
on though,
done.
Bill. I mean, I just
look
kind of read
forward
it
to
as
when it's
a
submitted to council in May,
trying to highlight
as a
journalism
final,
as an institution,
report
and probably going a little bit
to
over the top
express my
in
opinions and my
doing
thoughts
so.
on it.
But
But what I did notice from that report
I
is
told,
something that
I get that
I
reading of
think,
it, and I
if
think
I'm
that's
not
probably
mistaken,
a
is
more likely
probably
one.
one of the most recent
I just
numbers
think
that
that
we've had
the way that
that
they
projects
showed
the
them,
number of units that we
not
will need to have in the next 8 years.
like
in order to meet the demand
one
for
being
housing.
well adjusted and making good good decisions in any of the given situations, and also having zero. Like they never, if they went further and showed like the after effects of the photo or whatever, and like a little bit more, then maybe I would have read it that way. And again, that's just me, but
$30 million
it just read to me as like
and
these people are
subsidize
fucked.
extremely high
They care about the
priced
story
housing.
above the real
In the
thing,
context of the
and
housing policy
maybe was
that
at
the
least a
state is
little bit of
taking,
a
housing production,
backhanded
the
critique
housing
of
production plan of Worcester also
a
shows
form of
is
journalism,
a
if
huge
not the
element.
function.
And
Let me
as
ask you
a
another thing too.
housing policy
I don't
expert,
know that many of them, but
certainly support it.
every freelance
I do
war
want to ask the
correspondent that I
administration
have engaged
that you
with has
continue
been
to
a little bit
advocate
fucking
with the
weird.
governor,
Like,
with the Secretary of Housing and the
yeah,
legislature.
Yeah, have
Anyone-
you met like
add
any
affordable
journalists?
housing,
Jesus Christ.
no, I mean
elements
journalists
to the
in
Freaking
general are
judge guy.
weird, but I mean like a different kind of
we are
weird,
not going
where
to be
like
able to
not
provide
necessarily
enough
seeking.
affordable housing for
That's like a
middle
kind of
income folks,
personality that
for
isn't
really
necessarily
low-income
seeking
families, for deeply
journalism.
affordable
That just happens to be what they
housing needs
do.
that most people
They're
have,
street. They
unless we continue to raise
the idea of having an
bar,
eye patch
and
kind of
the
strikes them as cool.
expectation that when people
Yeah.
and developers receive
Oh, they'd
just wanna be in
subsidized
shit.
dollars, whether they are from the state or whether they are from the city, that they will do their best to increase the amount of affordable housing units they produce in the city. This is one mechanism of advocacy that we have. And I would like formally to ask the administration that you continue to advocate to the governor to continue to add an affordable housing element to the HDIP program. My second comment has to do with the Madison Properties, and I appreciate this report. Certainly, Mr. Manager, you provided some insightful intel on where your conversations are with Madison. What I was hoping to see at this report and what I asked for at the last meeting was a little bit more financial details regarding what Councilor Russell was just talking about, which is anticipated revenues, any potential shortfalls, any anticipated gaps that you might see, which I understand and remember Mr. McCarthy telling us that it's kind of hard to anticipate those things because the financial models is based on anticipated projects. However, for the taxpayers, I believe it's very important that we have these monthly reports, if possible, to provide a very simple, digestible, and easy to share information with our constituents as to what the anticipated revenue is and what the potential shortfalls might be. And so that would be in the form of a motion specifically about the frequency of those financial reports. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take these two items and put them to economic development. We'll also take the request for information from the councilors collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nayan? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, next item is transmitting information communication relative to FEMA flood map updates. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
rather
please
quickly,
do that.
because at first glance, on the cover letter at least, it's a little hard to understand. Do we have a problem with getting a bigger area, or are we getting, or is it says it's a smaller area, but there's more properties? Could someone explain that? And how's this going to affect?
No,
us?
we asked Jack for a
More
list
properties
earlier of people who pulled, and
Yeah, through the chair to
he
the councilor.
disappeared like a coward.
It is a net reduction of structures.
I would love to talk. I would love to get a picture of everyone,
like a federally backed mortgage, for
so we
example.
can start
that is a
to
positive in the aggregate for the city.
kind of look at what
However,
we're looking
the net
at.
reduction results from about 400 or so being removed and 300 or so being added. So there are 300 property owners that will now be required to have that flood insurance coverage if they have a federally backed mortgage or if their other mortgage company requires it of them, even if it's not federally backed. So there are people that will be impacted negatively, but there are also going to be people that will be impacted positively where they will no longer have to carry that.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that the administration shares the color map.
Yeah, a
because
bunch of
the attendance
people
in our
pulled
package is a little
today.
hard to understand in black and white with the councilors via email, and it's posted also predominantly on the city.
Yeah,
website.
papers started getting pulled today.
I looked at the city website already.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that more of a plug as well, because sometimes the maps, just because the city is so large, it's hard to zero in on your particular property. So the link that we've included in the item, as well as if you just Google floodplain City of Worcester, you'll get to that page where we have the new GIS layer. And so when you get to that page, you can actually search for the particular property and you can see the current floodplain as well as the new proposed floodplain, so that you can see specifically if your property is affected.
Does anyone really understand why it was chosen like that? Why would there be new areas that are flooding and other areas that are not flooding?
Sure, through the chair to the councilor, there's some data that they've been gathering, particularly I'd say down in the kind of Webster Square area, down to the 146, the Blackstone watershed. Some of the other changes that you'll see citywide, like some of the changes up around Patch Reservoir, for example, are actually as a result of them going in and getting more enhanced topographic data. So in some cases, the flood elevation is not changing. So to your point, there might not be an actual change in risk of flood in some of these areas, but the map is still changing because of all of the enhancements that have been done around making sure that they're accurately capturing those properties that are in the existing elevation versus properties that should not be in the floodplain based on the elevation of the properties.
Are new properties noticed by anybody, by the federal government or by us? Do they receive any notice saying, hey, by the way, you're in a flood zone now?
Through the chair to the councilor, what we're trying to do is be proactive, because while we're not like the entity, we're not FEMA that have been proposing this. We've been made, this information has been made available to us.
Gio, the clerk's office sends out lists
a few days ago
if you ask for them. I forgot to ask for one today at 5 o'clock.
That'll include the statewide FEMA floodplain coordinator.
Hell yeah, brother.
To make sure that
I'm drinking a
residents can get their questions answered, understand what's happening, why the changes are occurring to the questions that you've already asked tonight. So we've done that. We'll have some other outreach as well, but to make sure that we're hitting each and every property being affected, we've
Telegram
done
might have a story
mailing,
up
and
by
that
now
included
about
a Spanish version of that mailing as well.
Thank you. Good work, Mr. Chairman.
Can
I
you
don't know
let
if
the
anybody
council
still
know when they
works
have
there.
those informational hearings?
Yeah, that's the problem with the
Yes,
Telegram.
Mr. Mayor, they, I forget if, yeah,
It's
they
run
are
by
listed in the
two robots
yeah, we'll have
from Bill
some
and Ted
flyers as
2.
well. I'll give a copy
That's
of,
right.
we can have this posted, and I know we'll be working with
nope,
the
they
manager's
do not.
communication team to do some social media outreach on this as well. But in the
Let's see if
item,
Adam
we
Bass
have an
over at Mass
in-person
Lab has it.
session that's going to be March 26th at 6 p.m. at the Worcester Senior Center, and then we have a virtual option on April 23rd at 6 p.m. And all of this, again, is well in advance of any change that is actually going to become effective. So these are proposed map updates.
Makes a fine product.
The appeal period ended, so they're going through and resolving any appeals that they would have received. But the actual effective date will be 6 months after they do the final letter of determination, which basically at its earliest, we think these will be effective as early as summer of 2026. So we're well in a year in advance to make sure that this information gets out to folks and that they can prepare for that. It's not something that's like going into effect next month or anything like that. This is well in advance to make sure that folks are prepared.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Twice.
I appreciate the detailed report. I would just say that if we get this map back, it would be helpful to have.
I like the inclusion of Nicole too, because I was like, oh, of course Nicole would have something like that.
And Troubler's evolving tactics. Troubler, are you AGI?
But I do appreciate the work that was put into this. I just have a question. I don't know if it can come back in the form of an additional report or an amendment.
Nothing from this week in Worcester.
But there was a time not that long ago when the assessor decided to add properties that really were not added in the past as having waterfront. And some of the
I would be so thrilled if David Webb did not pull papers.
Now in the floodplain. And I'm wondering, does that offset the increased value in the waterfront, or does it have no bearing at all whatsoever? I would think there'd be some consideration given to waterfront property that now is in a flood zone, but I don't know the answer to that question. So I don't think the assessor's here to answer it, and I just would like that question answered at some point down the road, if I might. Thank you, Mr.
Form of a
Chairman.
motion, you want that?
Yes, if I may.
Okay, so take the motion from the councils.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I have my
Council
hand up.
Hygiene, apologies, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to express my appreciation to both Peter Dunn and Michelle Smith. They did send out the report a week in advance of this council meeting. I had an opportunity to sit down with both of them, look at the big map, look at the map on the on the website. And I just want to say that we have some incredible city staff who hold an incredible amount of expertise and knowledge that is really impressive. And so I just want to pass those compliments to both Peter and Michelle, and just really appreciate their invitation to all of us to sit down with them to understand how this implicates our properties. The question, and Councilor Bergman stole my thunder here, but I was wondering the same thing from the assessor's office, whether the folks that are getting included in the FEMA map and those that are being dropped off the FEMA map, they happen to be mostly on the Tatnuk Square, Patch Reservoir. What exactly are the implications for their assessed values of their properties? And then the second question that I had in form of a motion through you, Chair, is if we could, Mr. John, help me out if I'm not getting this correctly, but if we could add the information for the folks that are getting added to the FEMA map, to the property information that we have on the website, so that that information is listed there for folks that might sell or purchase new properties. And then lastly, for any District 5 residents who are watching, I will personally make sure to reach out to you. There's a few properties around Patch Reservoir and Tatnuk Square. I will do my best to reach out to you, and certainly will rely on our two experts to answer any questions that District 5 residents that will be affected by this have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So send us to Economic Development along with the request for information from the councilors. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
I just picked up
Councilor Nguyen?
evicted
Councilor
Matthew
Ojeda?
Desmond
Yes. Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
at
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor
Root and
Toomey?
Press
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
over at Shrewsbury Street.
Treasury Information
Pretty cool
Communication
over
of the
there.
fiscal
They have
year
a coffee
25
bar.
Worcester Arts
You can
Council
sit at a bar but drink
grant
coffee,
making.
which
Send
is
that to
pretty
ED.
cool.
Those-
Sat there and I
roll
read a
call.
little bit
Councilor
the
Bergman?
other day.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio? Councilor G.I.?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
I heard they have good
Carlson?
sandwiches there too.
Councilor
Bill, they
Nguyen?
just passed you without discussion.
Yes. Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
They did. Yeah.
Ah,
Toomey?
that's
Mayor
such
Petty.
a relief.
Yes. F, transmitting information communication relative to an update on the Community Preservation Program. Council Clorio?
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions to the chair. I don't know if this goes to the city manager, to Peter, Donna, whoever. What is the exact number of money we've collected so far?
Bill, have you heard the story of when High Command met
Mr.
Stone Cold
McGurthy?
at a barbecue place
Oh,
in Austin?
of course I have. Yeah, that's so sick.
The best.
Brazel was like starstruck like a little kid. Like, he could like
Through the
barely
chair,
even say
so
anything.
I don't have the current collections. We are just finishing.
Oh yeah,
the
Implacable
first
Books. That's
billing of the CPA
that's
for
Addison and
FY25.
Sathi from
Third quarter billing.
Project
As of
Priceless
6/30/24, so the end of the last fiscal year,
Worcester
we
Youth
had
Co-ops
about
and stuff.
3.6 million that we had collected.
Okay, through the
What
chair.
were you gonna ask?
One other question. How much have we got from the state yet?
Or Donna.
That 3.6.
Through the chair, we received 764,000 from the state.
So through the chair, I thought it was a 1-to-1 match.
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, no, the state undertakes collections based on deed transfers that occur within the Registry of Deeds throughout the year. That amount that is then collected is distributed based on a weighting system in terms of the amount of monies each community collects. Those communities that collect 3% get multiple tranches. Those that collect less than 3%, like Worcester, are in the first round only. So we do get more than most communities by virtue of our size, but it's not a 1-to-1 match. I think this year the percentage was somewhere around a 20% match.
So through the chair, so 20% of the money we collected through our tax revenues was reimbursed through the chair. Is that?
Through the chair, that's correct. About 20% was augmented. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Listen at the ED. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I'm sorry, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is recommended adoption of the amendment to the general revised ordinance, numbering of properties.
Which one
The
is
motion.
this?
This is switching from department from Public Works to Economic Development, right? Yeah. Point, the numbering of the properties is going to change departments, correct?
Are we sending, is this going to committee, Mr.?
No, this motion to advertise.
So could you explain what it is, please?
Mr. Dunn? You do a better job than me, so.
Sure, through the chair, and if it's the will of the council to send it to committee, that's not going to, affect us too much if there needs to be a larger discussion about it. But right now, the process for doing house numbering or numbering of properties currently lives with the DPW Engineering Division, and this is something that this recommendation to bring it into planning is consistent with a process that's been undertaken for quite some time, starting in 2015, led by the Department of Innovation and Technology with a spatial focus. Really, it's like that's a consulting firm that the DOIT has been working with to really look at existing policies and processes for addressing and broadly the geographic information system of the city. And so right now there's a lot of inefficiencies in that process, as well as a lag, because this really starts for development, new properties that are constructed, or the development generally that happens at the planning board level. There's a lag because the planning board, if they were able to do it at that juncture, it creates that efficiency and clarity at the front end. So there's no sort of lag that happens when they go to pull a building permit and how it currently operates with DPW engineering. And so this is kind of consistent with that recommendation, the best practices that we're seeing nationwide, and a number of other kind of internal policies and processes are being updated consistent with that as well. So we look forward to seeing the benefits of that. At the end of the day, it's going to really help with consistencies for really emergency responders. When you think of what we're trying to do is having that consistency. So right now you might see a property that has 24A Main Street, 24B, 24C, another property that's 24, 26, 28, other properties that use different suite numbers. You could have some streets right now that have even numbers on both sides of the street, so it creates a lot of confusion when we're trying to have that consistency in the data and the numbering, and at the end of the day, making sure that emergency responders can quickly address any of those situations and not get confused about where they're headed for that emergency.
Mr. Chairman, this is one more thing that's going to come from Public Works. We've taken, over the last few years, we've taken quite a bit out of Public Works. This is one more thing. I think it deserves to have a closer look, maybe the Municipal Operations Committee.
Goes to ED.
Our Economic Development, or even Public Works. I'm not preferring any committee, but I think it needs to go to a committee for further discussion. I spent well over an hour on the phone today with a builder, going around and around and around about a street number. And it's mostly because it's
They
between
couldn't
so
count
many
to 200
departments
between
now.
them.
It might be good to streamline the process, but it also would be good to expedite the process and get it on a fast track. And I think it needs to have a little more discussion.
Does streamline not mean expedite?
Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support any
who could
efforts
say
to
what a word
streamline.
means?
And I just want to clarify. So here it indicates that
Streamline's one of those words that means like whatever you want it to. Doesn't really.
The most common times that we see these parcels requiring an address for the first time is when somebody comes to the planning board with like a subdivision plan. If they're building a new cul-de-sac, they're building a new road.
What had happened right there?
Properties undertaken.
What was that?
Each lot gets
No
a
freaking
assigned
clue.
number, but right now
What is
that
going
assignment does
on?
not happen at the subdivision planning board level. It happens much further down the process with DPW engineering, and so sometimes that creates these inefficiencies where they've already gotten their planning board approval, they've submitted their development plans, and in some cases obtained a building permit, and then getting caught up in a delay with the current process. And some of it's just how the process is handled. It's not to say that like DPW isn't keeping up with that workload. It's just making sure that it's done at a level that's consistent with what we've seen as a best practice to make sure that they're done efficiently and having that process consistent too. So having it at the planning level where they're often monitoring like the GIS level data, property level data, making sure that we are able to use the planning office and their level of expertise in the role that they carry out day to day to make sure that those processes are efficient, consistent, and streamlined. So it's not a criticism of where it lives today. It's really just making sure that we have it live where it's most appropriate and consistent with kind of the best practices that have been seen around the country.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair of the council, also one of the things to get to this point, this council body had supported
I guess that's
financially
true.
in the budgets, not only adding a position in economic development to take on this, but also
Flaunting your
funding
advanced
a
degrees
master
at us.
address repository. We had a lot of situations where the address did not match the MBL, and so that master address repository allowed us, and that took multiple years of this
How about
particular
all the streets in the city that say
do
that
that
they're
work in
through
the city,
streets, but
and then
just
also
end
helps to streamline
right in front of you, like your
that
house,
property
and
number with MBL
pizza
at
delivery
every system
drivers
that the city uses.
constantly fly down your
So
street
it
and then
took
have
a
to
lot
slam
of
on their
great
brakes
work.
before they hit
The
a big
last
wall
piece
of trees.
to finalize this project that has been ongoing since 2015.
What department does
is,
that go under?
This ordinance, ordaining this ordinance, moving it to ED, and then ED now streamlining and fully taking ownership on assigning the actual numbers to those properties.
That's actually the Department of
Thank you,
Dope.
Mr. Chairman. Again,
That's the
anything we
Department
can do
of
to
Pizza
streamline.
Efficiency.
I'm supportive of support it going to committee if that's what folks want to do. But this is clearly an important issue. I know it indicates here that in 2015, Spatial Focus did some consulting. I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that be brought back, that report from 2015, and sent to my committee on urban technology and innovation so I can take a look at where we are, unless there's a newer consultation that has occurred, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll send that to Economic Development along with the motions collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basilio?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Transmitting information.
Hey, Emmett K, thanks for the resub.
2024 review. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this.
Did that
report. I
message
think
pop
I
up on the
asked for it
screen?
last month.
Emmett wrote,
this is a
how's it
great
going?
report. I'm really
Guys,
thankful
been
for the
organizing the
partnership
UMass
between the
Chan
YMCA
postdoc
and
and
the
grad student union for the
administration.
past year.
Something
We
I
just
really
got
want
past
to point
50%
out
on
is
card
that
check.
there
Congrats.
was
That's
an
amazing.
8-week program,
Well done.
swim
That is
lessons,
amazing.
free of cost, and there were 183 Worcester kids who participated in that, and that's huge. I'm really excited to see this 3-year contract go into year 2. And just one question. For the spray parks, they open at noon.
What up?
I'm wondering if there's any way to get them
Corbinskio?
a little bit earlier at like 10, just because selfishly, a lot of kids nap at noon. It's a lot of moms and caregivers at the splash pads, and if there's any way to open it a tiny bit earlier.
Great to see you, Emmett.
And yeah, I said caregivers.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you.
To the chair, to the council, as a father of a 4-year-old and a 6-month-old, I definitely can attest to the napping in the afternoon. That's something we can consider. I'll have a conversation with the commissioner as well and consider what that could potentially look like. Understanding and knowing that some of the staff may be subject to other duties during the day, but definitely something we can look and come back to the council.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. So send that to Parks along with the Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It escapes me right now, but we had a partnership with an organization that was affiliated also with UMass Med School regarding sunscreen, and perhaps we could reach out to them and see if we could do a program where we provided sunscreen at these facilities as well.
Oh my
Thank you.
God, shut up.
Thank you. So we'll send that to Parks along with the request for information from Council Pasillo and Toomey. Collectively, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.? Council
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basilio?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.11A has been held, the privilege. We're on 11B, transmitting information communication relative to the intersection of Salisbury Street and Flag Street. I'm going to send that to traffic and Council Corio.
Just a quick question. This item I know was discussed in the last couple of years through neighborhood meetings and everything. Is this where it's come from, or did it come from the Vision Zero?
Mr. Manager?
Through to the council, not only has come from residents, and I believe Councilor King had put this forward as well as an order for this administration to come back with the review and analysis of this area based on the different accidents and situations in that area.
Okay, because I had a lot of people in the district call me and ask me where it came from, and I wasn't too clear on that, so just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll send that to traffic and parking. Maybe we can get the sign up. The sign has to come down now. Once we put that in, we'll send that roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morrow Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 9.26A, transmitting information communication relative to the list of vacant positions as of February 4th, 2025. Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to the administration for providing this report that I requested at an earlier meeting. Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. McGurthy, if he could come back to the table, I'd just like to ask, as he's coming to the table, for him or the manager to tell us, is this unusual, or is this like commonplace? Is this something we've been having in the last few years, or is it just something that we've been seeing in the last year, the last fiscal year?
Yeah, to the chair to the council, that's pretty common. Right now, we have about a 10% vacancy, and it all fluctuates depending on some of these positions as people come in, come out. We have seen a little bit of an increase in the last couple of years because of retirements, and that has something that has impacted since the pandemic. A lot of folks choosing to retire. There's also been addition of new departments, whether it's sustainability and resiliency, whether it was the expansion of the diversity, equity, inclusion, et cetera. So it fluctuates, but this is something that's not too uncommon on a typical year.
Mr. Chairman, Water Department, 34. Sewer Department, 14. I'm just think I got these numbers right off the report. Parks Department,
Good job,
10.
George.
Streets Department, 20. Maintenance within DPW, 7. Engineering in DPW, 3. Administration in DPW, 2. My St. John's math without a calculator brings that to 92. Is that normal?
Keep forgetting that George was a Johnny.
Positions vacant in the Public Works Department?
To the chair, to the council,
He was
the
a
Public
what?
Works Department in the past,
With the
even
St. John's.
previously, more than 2 years ago, I probably had more than 100 positions open.
I don't know if
We've done a
anyone
great
else
job
calls
trying to bring
calls
folks,
us
but it
Johnnies, but I
fluctuates
do.
in DPW. Right now, we see the most impact in DPW in operations and the central garage, where we see the biggest impact. Water and sewer, not so much of an impact, but it's more so in the operations, and that's what we were alluding to last week when we were talking about the snow operations. That's why we as a city are trying to take a more progressive approach to looking at the CDL requirements of some of these positions.
Thanks,
So
Kingley,
we've
you
been
get
able
it.
to remove that most recently for some of these positions to get folks we're looking at incentive
Yeah,
program. Through
basically.
the union contracts, we've raised 2 pay grades. A lot of these employees, all of them actually, 2 pay grades. So there's ways.
I was
that
thinking
we're
about
trying
this
to
today, like
find ways with the union and the leadership. To
I was,
try to
I was a terrible
improve,
student
but
my
also
entire school
retain and
career.
Also build up the department as well.
But
Mr. Chairman, my
I started at
request
public
is,
schools and then I went to St.
is that at
John's.
budget
And
time,
everything
Mr.
cool I ever
McGurthy
learned in school
provides us with the
was not from
packet,
school. It was just
then
from
he
like
puts,
learning
an extra,
stuff from
asterisk,
kids in my class that were
next
from
to,
different
some kind of
cultures. Like
notation on the budget
when I was
for
in
vacant
second grade and
positions.
you know,
So
we
that
learned what
when we're
Ramadan
looking
was,
at
and I
each
had never heard of
department, if
like
it's
Islam
commonplace
before.
for us to have 2 or 3 or
And like
92
when we
vacancies,
did like, you know,
that we
culture
could-
day
we're
and the
looking
girl
for
brought in
savings, we're
flan
looking to
and I
direct
was
money
like,
in
yeah,
other
that's my,
directions and
you know.
recommendations only
And then
we realize
when I went to St.
council
John's,
can't
it's a
take out of one
90%
department,
white
put
school,
into
or
the
was when
other,
I went
but
there.
it would be very helpful.
And I learned
as
nothing from
one of the
anybody except like what a
members of this council
Klonopin
to
overdose
know
looks like.
that there's positions that are vacant, and that these positions are.
Is
at the
there, that's
time
what I
of
was going to say.
budget
Even in the 90s,
preparation,
man, like my
is
limited
vacant,
experience
and
at
that,
St. John's, I think
you
the
know, if there's
one
something that somebody
thing I
just
learned
left
was how to
looking
rob a
for
package store
replacement,
with a
that's one thing,
shotgun
but
to
it
pay
would
off
be
a
very
gambling
helpful,
debt.
I think, to know that
Yeah.
the department.
Like that
no matter what
happened when I was
department it is,
there.
gotta
Like
wait
I was,
without that extra position, and maybe.
Yeah,
if
I learned how to
someone
spot a
is doing
narc teacher
yeoman's
because
work
they had
filling
such a
in
huge
that
drug
extra
problem at the
position,
school that they
maybe
had to
they
send
deserve a
in
raise, and the
Shrewsbury
city can get
cops
a savings
faking as
by
Spanish teachers.
offering a higher pay to the person that's doing two jobs at the same time, or whatever it may be. But I think when we're looking at the budget, it would be very helpful to have this information at the same time. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we can look at that in terms of the budget. I do want to communicate to the council that that is actually the practice of what we do before we submit the budget. We steal positions from different departments to put it in another department because they've had it for vacant for 2 years and they haven't used the position. Or there's somebody already in the role, has been filling in and assumed some of the responsibility. Maybe there's an upgrade for that. So we currently do that. We're going through that process right now of looking at departments' vacancies, understanding the time frame of those vacancies, and deciding how do we pull this from this department, move it to that department. All of that is happening in the budget process. So when we submit the recommendation, and sometimes whether there's an addition in one department or remove another one, is because that exercise is happening through that process.
Mr. Chairman, I think that with the cuts that we might be seeing from the federal level coming down, we might be also, well, we all might be looking to see where we could make up, and it'd be good to know what's vacant. Thank you.
Counselor Candy Merrill Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just
Yeah, fair.
want to start by saying to the manager,
It's
I
wild over there.
appreciate
I was
the
so
work that you've
separate.
done with the unions,
Like
and
I was not
appreciate the work
connected to St.
with
John's
eliminating
really in any
the
way, even when I went
CDL
there. So much so that I
license.
actually
I mean,
today
those
just
are
got
crucial
invited to
steps.
the class of
But
2005 at South High's
look at
20-year
this,
reunion.
And as I look like at the sign
Because
painter one,
people
and there's
people
only
still
ever
think that I
been
went
one
there
in
with
that
them.
department that I'm aware of, so that means there's zero.
So I'm probably gonna go to
When
that.
I look at, again, I know that you've done the work to remove the CDL requirement, and I think that that's great. But we are really in a position right now in this city, and I've shared this with you, we're down way too many people in the Department of Public Works. No matter how
Maybe we should pay
you
more.
want to say this, we're at a point that, quite honestly, and the last ice storm, snowstorm showed where we're at. So.
All right,
what
fine.
I
I'll head the
worry
DPW.
about, through the chair to the manager, is as we've talked about
Yeah,
these
no,
empty
Antifa, that
positions
tracks.
during budget times, I don't want to see these positions go away because we're not filling them. I think that we as a council, again, to go back to the last snowstorm, and look, we've been living the last couple of years without having these positions filled, and quite honestly, we've been very fortunate. But this last snowstorm highlighted that this department is in critical need. So when I look at 90 positions, and I appreciate that you're working with the unions and that you, you know, like I said, not to be redundant about the CDL licenses, we really, as a city, and HR needs to get on this piece for DPW, as well as, you know, the administration, because it's gone on too long, and as Councilor Russell pointed out, I think we all know that we're going to be hitting some cuts. It's pretty obvious with what's happening with the federal government. So I look forward to us coming back in another couple of months, and that this number has really reduced. And on that note, I still want to reiterate what I said last week. we also need to, and I know that the report was asked for the amount of employees, but we really also need to look at equipment-wise. And again, I appreciate through the chair to the manager about that there were some vehicles that were bought. But again, I'd like to see us buying a sweeper. I'd like to see us buying other trucks for snow removal and some of the bigger pieces of equipment. I think it's time that we as a city need to start replenishing this. And my understanding is that we've always done
The
a
thing is-
rotation of buying new equipment, and we haven't bought
Is
any,
that does that make
let me
fiscal
reiterate,
sense
any
when we
large pieces of
have had
equipment
4
for
snowstorms this year,
DPW? Thank you,
and that's
Mr.
the most we've had
Thank you.
in a decade?
Council Bergman, followed by Council Hyde, followed by
Like,
Council.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. Through
I
the
think
chair
I
to,
think personally that the
to
city
McGurty,
should
I
provide
just have a
services
question.
even if
I
it's
think the public sometimes hears us
you
talking
know
about these open positions.
you
to
know, a
think-
net loss. Oh, we lost Travis. But let me try and get the stream. Oh, he's back. But are they going to go for it when they buy new plows and then they don't get used? Like, how are they
that
going to?
exist, not the ones that are eliminated, unfilled.
How
that
is
correct?
how is most
To
of
the
the
chair,
city
that's
council and
correct.
the city
Budget
at
is built
large
with the
going
assumption
to
of all
react
revenues
to
and
that?
expenses. These are considered expenses. Where these funds would materialize is part of free cash in the following fiscal year. If they were unfilled, that money would ultimately. roll
Public
over
Works is
into
a
the-
lot
just-
like
I
public
just want those
safety in
listening,
that, like, when
if they
we
weren't certain, to
when
be
Massachusetts
certain
got
that
rid of
we're
the
not
county
advocating
government
for
system,
increasing
there was
costs,
no
so
shortage
they're
of reasons
asking
to
you
do
if we're
that
gonna budget it,
because it was
the
just
mines will be filled with
riddled with
somebody
fucking
that can
the
do the
ugliest
work.
forms of
The other question I
corruption.
have through the chair, Mr.
But it
McGurty,
still
is,
provided like
as
the
far as
best
you know, this
framework
might be
for
more of a human
everything.
resource
The idea that
question.
like if you
Are these
take
positions
Worcester
all
County
these positions
and look at all the
advertised, or are
cities
they
and towns that
advertised,
have to have similar
periodically?
budgets
Some yes,
for
some no over
police,
time?
fire, road
Through the
crews,
chair,
like
I believe it would be the latter.
it's really fucking dumb that
I
you
mean,
go to
many of
hold
them
in the
are
middle of a
probably
snowstorm
advertised,
and
but
like
I
there's
don't
like
know
guys
for
with
sure that all
brooms
of
like
them
getting the
should.
snow off of the streets
Chairman,
until
if I
fucking
might,
clear.
perhaps to the city manager, is there any
3
reason
weeks later,
why
my
this
sidewalk
list
still
of
has 6
jobs
inches
couldn't
of
go on
ice
the
on
city
it. Like,
website? Because when I look at some of these jobs,
Yeah, it's
I
really
can
it
compliment
always
some of
cracks me
them
up
are
that
well-paying
Holden is
jobs,
like
and there might be somebody
full of
out
some of
there
the
that
most
just
like
doesn't know
backwards
that
like
that position's
shithead
available because
people,
it's not
but they
always
have a
been
fully socialist government in
Manager.
comparison to
Council,
the rest of the United
when
States.
it comes to, we
you
have over
cross the
30
town
positions
line
right
and
now
it's just
with
like the
Public
roads
Works.
are
There may be some
butter.
that are in
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
process with departments
Some of the
providing job
most like
descriptions.
Trumpy
They're
motherfuckers I've
developing
ever
the
met in my
RFPs to
life
get 'em to the
love
board,
their
to the HR,
municipal
then post them
utilities.
through.
And, like,
So again,
Yeesh.
this was a point in time.
Socialism
February
for
4th,
me,
and
not
here
for
it states that
thee.
the city
For-
manager's
for
office has
true.
an open position.
Yeah.
That position is filled. The person actually started yesterday. So it fluctuates in every single department. It's fluctuating consistently. And so it's hard to say that, you know, no position is being advertised. We're leaving them outside without advertisement. Sometimes there's people being promoted within the department to move up. I think the biggest component here, or the biggest chunk, really relies on water and sewer. And a lot of those, the positions are through the enterprise, right? They're not on the tax levy, they're on the enterprise. And so, but there is that's the larger kind of pool of, and majority of them are DPW, and that has to go through a civil service process. They got to go through the application, or to get on the civil service list, et cetera. And so there's a different process for that as well. Here lists the fire department, 31 position or so in the fire department, open. That's related to the new recruit class that just started this week, which I actually welcomed them to the city as part of the new class. But in the point in time of February 4th, those positions hadn't started yet. That started, so that's what I'm saying, that it keeps fluctuating. So the positions there's a lot of the positions posted. There's some that are probably be coming soon to be posted, but it all depending on kind of the cadence of those departments.
I appreciate that answer, and I'm glad there's a good justification or explanation for not having them all posted at once. Lastly, it's a comment, and perhaps with our new commissioner we can get an answer to. I've often been befuddled, if I'll use that word, by the reality, and it could have changed, but I've been bringing these up occasionally for a good long time since I've been on the council, that there is equipment and manpower, women power, dedicated to the school department
Nice,
in
Mo.
removing snow. So the example would, and only removing snow. So the example would be that Roosevelt School on Grafton Street, it stormed like a few weeks ago. the personnel and the equipment dedicated to cleaning up Roosevelt School cannot go on Grafton Street and clean it up. The person that's working for the city as their sub or directly is going down Grafton Street but cannot go on to Roosevelt School. And it seems to me that there should be a better discussion on utilizing, combining resources, especially when we're down so many people and so much equipment, that there should be some economies of scale that perhaps in dire situations, like during snowstorms when we don't have enough people, that equipment and that person power can be shared. And I don't understand if there's a reason. I've never gotten
all the
an
janitors in the
explanation.
city will rise up and carry Mo
Look into
out
that. I don't know if
on
the
a
manager has
rail.
anything he wants to add to that, but I'm hoping going forward, given the situation, where we can consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will have
sorry.
Council Hygia, you are next.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't need to really litigate the last snowstorm. We do have a new commissioner. He clearly is very well equipped to handle the challenges. Clearly, the city manager has been working through this. I just want to make a comment because I do think that, as I've heard directly from the city manager as well when I've asked questions, that he's working hard to lower some of the barriers to employment that a lot of the folks that work in those positions oftentimes meet in other places. And I don't think we should forget that. I also want to say that I do have confidence in the city manager and Mr. Westerling, Commissioner Westerling, to do the nitty-gritty job, that it's their job, not ours, to make sure that these positions are filled. And I just wanted to make sure that their hard work is not gone unnoticed.
Thank you. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly through the chair to the administration, with regards to the firefighter numbers. So the number looks like 39 total, 37 firefighters. Are you indicating that that's at 0 now because of the class, or if you could just give an update on where that is?
Mr. Manager.
Chair.
To the chair, to the council, I can't say that's at 0. I know there was some added positions during this the last budget to include rotating lieutenants as well as part of their current complement. But I couldn't say specifically that 39
Is there a large, we have an idea. Is it, is it significantly reduced from the class you referenced?
So the class, we funded the council, and what was recommended was 30 individuals in the class. That's what was funded. Right now, I believe it was 23 individuals that came into the class. So not all 30 that were funded were actually came into.
But that's not included in this here, the 23 minus.
Correct.
All right.
That's not there.
You know, I want to first say I appreciate the transparency. There's always a risk in the political arena with things like this. So I appreciate that. So I'm not gonna really rush to judgment on this. Clearly, we have some concerns in DPW. It looks here like in police, we're down 20, it says. Through the chair, is that right? 20 people?
Mr. Manager.
20 officers.
For the police department?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And that could be from the records division, from maintenance.
Sure.
It could be from many other positions.
Sure.
Not just police officers.
Right. So for the police department overall, you know, and we have some other areas, you know, and there's just areas such as, you know, the diversity office where there's only, I think there's 3 openings, but those are significant. And even though there's only 3 in number, it's significant in terms of impact to city government. That being said, I want to say this, and I know I spoke about morale issues in various departments in the past and staffing analyses, which we've yet to see. But these numbers are a first step. I just want to say this, as a union representative, I know what we're always harping on is the answers in the front line. The answers for some of this stuff is on the front line when you talk about retention, when you talk about how well we're doing the work. And if there's another mechanism that we haven't tapped into as it relates to getting feedback from those frontline workers, I just suggest that we do that. It could perhaps improve morale, improve retention, you know, improve service delivery. Because the one thing that we do know here in the city of Worcester is that folks are paying their good earned and well-earned tax dollars, and they want to see a return on that investment through service provision, Mr. Chairman. So, what I would ask is, through the chair to administration, do we have a position dedicated to recruitment in the city through the chair? And how many do we have?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we have one official recruiter, and another one is a supportive staff person that supports that recruiter here in the city.
And how are we evaluating that? Is that something that we need more support on, or how are we doing with regards to that? Is this more of a reflection of an unavailable or unskilled workforce, or is it a matter of us perhaps enhancing that position in that capacity through the chair?
Through the chair to the council, it all depends on the actual position that we're trying to recruit.
Okay.
And then depending the department, the different levels, we've seen some changes in cabinet positions. That takes different approaches as well. DEI takes different approaches. And so it all depends on the position. They're spending a lot of time with community. They're working on trying to seek other different channels where they can go into and start posting these positions outside of just the typical LinkedIn or Indeed or whatnot. So they're working through those efforts. I'd be happy to provide a backup report on that, but there's definitely out there doing everything they can.
I appreciate
to
that,
bring new recruitment.
Mr. Chairman. What I do know is that I've worked directly with law enforcement and fire department on recruitment, and we know that there's individuals dedicated to that. And there's folks dedicated to making sure that there's a diverse workforce. Over at the police department, I'm not sure if they got it up back and running again, because there was at one time over at the fire department. But I'm just wondering if the other departments, if there's an ability where the need is to use some of those frontline folks in the recruitment efforts, perhaps for like DPW. And that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman, that we also make that recommendation. I don't know if that would take a reorganization or what have you, but some sort of avenue. And I know that might require some union negotiation, but that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I appreciate that motion would be something that we can come back with, but I do want to state that we're looking at right now an incentive program for the frontline workers in their efforts to recruit, whether it's family members, friends, cousins, whoever they know out in the community, an incentive program that will incentivize them in the recruitment efforts.
Yeah, that's great. And the retention piece is huge. I just want to reiterate, and the answer for that is right on the front lines, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So take the motion. Council Bergman?
Could you read the motion back? It's hard to hear it.
Council King, whose motion? Council King's motion? Yeah. Council King, can you give your motion one more time?
Through the chair to the council, I think it was regarding recruitment efforts for frontline workers.
Yes, it was regarding recruitment positions. It was regarding looking at departments such as Public Works to access frontline folks to be part of that recruitment and retention process. And I can't remember the second component of it, but the clerk probably hasn't.
Okay. All set? Okay. So take those orders off the item. We send that to MO.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GI?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morrow Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basilio?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item up is transmitting information, communication relative to zero waste. Can we keep it down just a little bit? Thank you.
Who is it?
Transmitting information, communication.
Is anyone
relative
still
to
there?
zero
Can you
waste,
tell us who that
master
was
plan
and what they were
updates,
talking
so
about?
The urban tie. Prior to doing so, Councilor Pasillo, followed by Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to thank John Odell and his staff. This is a really great report. It is a very aesthetically pleasing guide to trash recycling services. I'm looking forward to the zero waste master plan And I think over the summer.
Can we
when
talk
start
about how
doing,
Jenny looks like a
public
minion?
listening
I
sessions,
tried.
that'd be great. One
Nobody wanted to play
question
ball.
Through the chair, may I ask?
Best
No,
we got
I-
was Instagram
Yeah,
filter.
I don't know what else to say about it besides yes, that's exactly right.
Mr. Odell? I mean, go ahead, Counselor. You can ask the question.
So I know
She looks
we
like an
have
Illumination
yard waste
animation
composting, and we
character.
can get our
Yes,
backyard
we
composters for $45, which is a
100%
great deal
agree.
through the city. But where do you think we are at as a city with curbside composting?
She's probably really confused. She's probably having an identity crisis
Through the chair to
after
the
John
counselor,
Cena
that
turned heel
is
this
something
weekend.
That is being,
It's really tough for
reviewed
her.
as part of the zero waste plan. Candidly, there are few items that are also being addressed in the zero waste plan in conjunction with that. So
I mean, it's a city council fit. There's no
details
ifs,
on
and,
that
or
for several
buts about
months.
it.
But we're hopeful that sometime before actually the zero waste plan is finalized, that we'll have a draft available for the council and others to review to start seeing where those answers actually lie.
That's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I was on the website today, because I think this handout is a very good one, and I was looking to download it in another language. I think it's Spanish first, and just the PDF, just so you know, freezes for whatever reason. It doesn't allow you to print it. So I would ask that you take a look at that. But Mr. Chairman, and I don't want this to be taken as anything wrong about Mr. Odell, about his staff or his department, but I have trouble understanding this. Why is this in this department? Why isn't it in Public Works? Why do we keep taking things away from Public Works and creating other departments to be involved in them? I just don't understand it.
Through the chair to the counselor, so
I mean, compost.
I think the
compost
answer is
questions?
actually, I'm sorry.
But compost questions, that's an example, excuse me.
Through the chair to the counselor, I think the answer is that no one's trying to take anything away from the DPW. I think this actually falls directly into the resilience category of sustainability and resilience. Zero waste as a whole has a significant component in our resilience efforts, and as a product of our zero waste efforts to reduce waste, which has carbon emission impacts, as well as obviously aesthetic and
I will support any candidate who's
impacts
willing
that
to
we wanna
publicly
remove from,
announce that
our
they
environment.
believe recycling is not real.
That's why it fell into this place. Our department.
I think it's the
like to
best
use
they
the
can hope for
analogy,
a local
forgive if I'm
candidate
a little
in terms of
less
standing for
formal than
something I can
typical, but
really
it's-
latch onto.
If you recall, those folks of a certain age, of which
Call it
I'm
out.
certainly
It's not.
included,
They're not
commercial
doing it.
deal
They're not
beyond that.
recycling.
used
It
to,
doesn't
and,
exist. Even Greenpeace acknowledges
make the
it's not
things you
fucking
like,
real.
we make the things you like
It's like what you were
better.
saying earlier.
And so our job in
Just a
part
way to
of
make
sustainability
folks in the
and
United
resilience
States
is
feel good
to-
about somebody
is
else
to
taking care of our trash.
provide
Mostly throw it in the
additional
ocean.
services above and beyond
And
what
here's the thing:
DPW can
a lot
provide
of
in specific
recycling
areas of
was real, but the moment they decided to make up plastic recycling, which is not and has never been real, that's when it all fell apart. Because you should be recycling glass, you should be recycling. We should be doing everything we can to keep aluminum out of landfills. And you can recycle aluminum, you can recycle metal, you can recycle glass.
Sustainability and resiliency is
You
not
can't recycle plastic.
removing trash.
It doesn't work.
I should be clear. That's really what I'm getting at. Is plastic
No, I know,
and
yeah.
single-use plastic and cardboard are just the two things that don't make any sense.
So we should stop the charade, and we should stop using them. That's not to say we should just say for fuck it. We should stop using those. We should go back to glass bottles. We should go. We should, but
Green Worcester master plan.
it's again another grift on a massive scale that has ruined the ability to actually affect change.
Just only this. It's helping them.
It was going to China, and yeah, then they did peel out. They started refusing it. It's mostly been pivoted to Vietnam, Indonesia. India still handles quite a bit. I think Thailand is also heavily involved as well too. But the game is no different. It's just burning. It's giant fucking burn pits for our garbage, or the it gets thrown in the ocean, and then we act confused when there's an island the size of Hawaii made up of fucking plastic just floating in the middle of it. How did that all get there?
Yeah, And they like,
asked, this goes to Public Works.
even if China was taking it, they're not doing anything with it. And yeah, on a small scale, there are things that you can do, and maybe they could scale them up and actually do things with it, but they're not doing it. The simple fact is they're not doing it, and apparently it's not cost effective enough for them to do it. So then we should just stop using plastic.
Technology and innovation. This department's in my committee.
And eventually, honestly,
is about
using plastics is going to become cannibalism as we become more and more plastic ourselves.
You know, it also speaks here to.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, but that's when you look at like the scam that we all participate in around here. Like so much of our trash room, it's just like everything else, right? Like you go back on a long enough timeline, the sad Italian Indians on the side of the road in the PSAs, right? Like it was all about making
Iron Eyes Cody.
It was making consumers feel like the guilty party for being consumers and alleviating any sense of responsibility from manufacturers. It's no different on a municipal level, though. Like the burden is put on us to get rid of the waste that we do create, but like you don't really have any fucking choice in unless I don't know, like you're not going to consume anything. But we pay a fortune for companies to. When I had the ice cream shop, I used to do. We used to primarily do composting materials, so it was like compostable plastic spoons and compostable cups and whatnot. Biggest fucking scam imaginable. Like the way you get rid of compostable spoons, which technologically totally exists. Like it's totally a thing. But you have to heat the product up while tumbling it, and eventually it degrades. But the cost of heating it up to the point where it actually degrades is so high, they don't get that far, and then they just dump everything into the landfill. So you end up with microplastics that are just in the landfills.
You know, people can select where they want it to go, but
besides the fact that when you try and use the heat to compost them, you're using fossil fuels to do so.
I mean, that's like the weird thing that, you know, it's
chair to the counselor. So,
like those canvas tote bags that we're all encouraged to use, like those carry with them a higher carbon footprint than the cheap throwaway plastic bags that Connie Luke's got rid of years ago in Worcester, but somehow have all magically come back. It's like it's an unwinnable problem for consumers to figure out.
It's not a consumer like battle that like should be
50 locations for
like I just need a way to carry my shit home from the store, and whether that's a fucking free box from Spags or whatever Target is handing me, I'll make it work. Like, but,
there are actually based on
but I do need something.
Feedback. There were well over 800 recommendations. So there are lots of opportunities. I think this is where we
that'd be awesome if you just started strategically placing litter.
I put down Woo litter very well.
Unfortunate, but it does present an issue
That's
where
awesome.
we can be very thoughtful about where the first 150 will be. With
Public shout out that I got a visit from. I pick up Worcester litter today very well. I got a visit from them today, and they picked up something for me that we're gonna fix. So big shout out to them. They rule. Thanks.
Yeah, I hope those compostable spoons, unless they're made of like a wood product or something, they don't go in your home compost. They're made to go in industrial scale heated tumblers where they just have to kind of roll, basically mimic, I don't know, earth, getting rid of waste product over eons.
Me and Katie paid for a composting service out of Somerville. It's called Black Earth. It actually cuts down on the amount of trash that we throw out by a lot, and they actually use the dirt. So it's pretty sick. But it's like extra.
Yeah.
Right, and that's, you know, I think that plays into like these conversations they're having tonight about like municipal operations and stuff like that, where like even good things, even regular things are increasingly and like and unfortunately, like for all of us unavoidably being contracted out to like these private companies, like
as far as
everything,
again,
like
you
know, we talk about plowing, like we don't have we don't have the number of like city employees like plowing streets that we used to.
Right.
Our fucking like waste, you know, our trash, like that's a private company that's contracted out. There's no like city employees that are trash men. Like all this stuff is just getting contracted out to these companies that we pay more money for, get worse service from, and also don't get the benefit of like having our
Yeah, the
people in this
languages,
city
I really
having
appreciate that.
like good
fact it's gonna
union
be,
jobs.
completed,
Nice. There you
translated in
go.
3 languages.
Let's see inside,
We've had
Bill.
several meetings where,
Yeah.
we're
What
trying
you
to
come
see if there's a
posting?
way to get more
What you
staff
posting?
into our city. I think this is a really
You
good
know,
way to
what's
start
sick about it is you can do coffee, you can do paper towels,
Thank you. Councilor Hydra.
Thank
all
you,
the
Mr. Chair.
compostable things.
I wasn't planning on saying this,
We
but
we hardly ever
I
use
think
city trash
it is
bags.
worth
So that's like
mentioning
most of
that
our shit that we throw out.
we have in Mr. Odell a literal expert
When we bought
in,
our house,
energy efficiency.
it still had in the
climate change,
backyard like the
zero
in-ground
waste policies,
home incinerator.
and I think we need to be very cautious about trying
It was just like
to
a thick cast
get
iron
ahead
drum that
of
was placed
the
in the
city
ground,
folk
that big heavy lid that you
who
just
have
put your stuff
clearly
in
and very
and burn it.
thoughtfully for years worked
My
with community
cousins in
members
Brockton
to
had one of those
define
in their
some of our
backyard,
goals in
and the
terms of
lid
our
for it,
environmental
my
goals,
older
our
cousin, she
climate,
convinced me it was where
our
the Ninja
waste,
Turtles lived.
eliminating waste and reducing
And so
waste.
we used to go
And
out
so I
there,
want to make sure that
and I
Mr.
would, like a
Odell, you
fucking
know that
idiot, put
you
my
have
like
a
press it
ton of
down so it would
support,
open up and talk
in
to the
terms of the
Ninja
work that
Turtles.
you're doing.
And that
These
come to find out
policies
years later
and
that her and my
principles
brother
are
were just
the highest
making fun of
standard
me
of materials and waste to
because I thought the
eliminate
Ninja Turtles
pollution
were real.
are so critical at the moment, given
Yeah, but
both
joke's on
the
them
attack
if
from
all
the
of a
federal
sudden they
government
show up when the
on
foot's trying to
environmental
mug you for your
policies,
lunch money.
and especially
And
the
that's a
fact
that's
that
a,
the city
a
of
gamble
Worcester
I'm willing to take.
desperately needs more people like Mr. Odell to guide us into policies and practices that allow us to save our environment, protect the climate environment in which we're in, and to make sure that we're educating
Solar
our
panels are another
community how to
fucking
preserve
great one.
and
All
how
these
to
like
reduce waste. So I
private
just
equity
wanted to say that
grifters
because
are trying
we
to sell
seem to be
you
moving a lot in the direction
solar panels,
of,
and they put a lien on your
sort of
fucking
fighting
house
with our
to get
experts,
them.
whether
Like
they're from a department that is trying
it's
to coordinate policies.
they're so
And
scammy.
practices, and
I
I
like
just want to make sure that
they don't come to
particularly
my
we
house
fought
anymore
really hard
because
to have the
like
Department of
I've like
Resiliency
had it out
and
with a few of them,
Sustainability, and I
and
think we
finally
should do
told
everything
them
in
like
our
I'm letting
power
my
to make
dog
sure
out,
that we
so get the
empower
fuck
them to
out
do
of
the
here
job they were meant to
because
do.
it's like it's
Thank you.
such a fucking scam. And it's not the
So
salespeople's
send
fault.
this
Like they're
to
just
the
dumb kids that needed a job and were huckstered in like the
Councilor
rest of it, like the people that buy them. But
I thought we don't do
like
that
they're a
last time
scam.
I
They're a predatory
I would
scam,
support
and they
both
don't
committees.
do
They need
anything
to be
for
separate
you,
motions.
especially when you consider we don't have municipal utilities. So the money that you're quote unquote saving is just going to a private company, and it's not like you can. It's not like you're allowed to have batteries like hooked up to your house. You're not allowed to make your own energy and keep it like stored up. Like it just goes into National Grid's pocket, and
Yeah, it's just a rebate.
Yes.
and it's in their in the, these Sunrun or whatever they're sucking up all the subsidies that were granted a decade ago, and they're just passing the fucking cost on to you. And then when you want to fix your roof in 10 years because they did a shoddy job with it, you have to ask them permission to do it. And if you want to sell your house, then you have to fucking ask them permission to do it.
Which is the really crazy part is it's completely unnecessary at this point when you look at what the cost of panels has dropped down to, because the production is through the roof. It's so much cheaper just to go out and buy your own panels, even if you want to do a battery system and an inverter. Like, and there's plenty of electricians that can just install that. As like from a homeowner perspective, you're talking about an investment that's not much different than a roof, and something that's going to last just as long. It's but we don't really have. It's not like we have a solar store. Consumers aren't really allowed to see that pricing. You have to know where to look online to be able to buy it from the same wholesalers that Sunrun is getting from.
For example, at the special services station, of course, they're being paid.
We need Luigi's for every CEO.
Through the usage of the,
and you know what?
That are using the
Luigi lives inside your fucking heart. Okay.
Special services has.
Did you see there's another Luigi in Oregon?
A little over a year.
Yeah, what happened?
Another healthcare CEO was attacked at his house. And they're currently on a manhunt for him. Happened on the 27th, I believe.
Did they finish the job?
I don't believe so.
After the building was actually
not a Luigi. Waluigi at best.
Did you see when he was in court last week, him wearing loafers with no socks? Luigi definitely has a feet porn, but he knows what's up.
Through the chair,
Also,
those are being
Luigi didn't
used
fucking do it,
by,
so I don't
both the
know
general
what
public and by
we're
staff,
even getting ahead of ourselves here.
I'm just commenting on his feet.
No, I know. I'm just pointing out that the police absolutely fucking like railroaded him with that illegal search.
I mean, the only two grown men that I know who wear loafers with no socks in the middle of winter are Luigi and State Representative Jim O'Day, and both of them are wonderful in their own way.
What we're planning to do is at setting the rate at 30 cents. That
Well, I mean, maybe
basically
you just got used
reduces
to
all the
them.
costs.
They give you Crocs in jail,
that is,
so
probably
maybe
the
you've just gotten used
we're
to
basically going to become revenue neutral on the
kind
electricity
of puttering around in those.
charges that we've been having. Every facility has a
When
different rate. So it's hard
me and
to,
Katie took acid a couple
you an
weekends
exact
ago, and
But
we
the
went on an
general
extended
idea is
riff
that
about
across
how
our
once people figure
portfolio
out that there's
and
TVs in
as our
jails,
portfolio
it's over for
expands,
society.
we'll be,
Everyone's just going to go to
recouping the
jail.
amount of the electricity costs.
I was
It may not be possible.
extremely blown away by the fact that it was January, it was mid to late January when I did my weekend sojourn, and they were just showing the NFL playoffs.
I don't have that off the top, but
You just hang out all day and watch
And one last
like
question, if I may, for
the
you.
NFL games.
Did that
Like,
amount?
is
And
it
I'm not
really
saying
that bad?
I'm not saying like it was bad.
No, I
you
know, I'm kidding. I'm
but
kidding.
like
The city of Worcester
I'm just
that we could
for some
identify,
people that don't know,
as opposed to
they
being
might
lumped into something else.
enjoy
Through
the
chair,
lifestyle.
Those funds
know?
were not part of tax levy funds that were used. It was offset by incentives
Yeah, you
that
can
we
write some
got
letters.
from other utility programs, particularly our solar arrays, produce energy credits. A portion
What do we
of
got here,
the,
Brendan?
Important stuff. I mean, tell me that's not hot.
Look at those tootsies.
That's $1 million Feely account right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And great hem
might
on
be a little
the
bit off topic, but we are talking about
khakis
electric
there
cars.
too, for the purposes
Stations.
of showing
so
off.
there is one on Hawthorne Street, and every day I drive past it, cars are parking in the wrong direction because they have to park on the other side. They have to park that way in order for them to charge. Is there some type of signage or an ordinance or something to let residents know? Because unfortunately, one of my constituents reached out to me and got a ticket.
This
But
is the
there's nothing
type
that
of
says
chats
which way
we
they can and
need.
cannot park. If I know they should be
I'm
parking.
kind of glad we're back
but
to boring meetings.
If the
So-
port is on one side of the car, then they have to park that way. If you can help me out with that.
Through the chair, at the risk of stepping on Commissioner Rowley's turf a little bit, I can say that issue has been raised. It's understood. We've been working with his department in drafting an ordinance to address that specific issue. We expect to have something to this council probably next month.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to send that to Urban Ties. Any council request for information collectively? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Gia? Council
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Council Morocco?
Ugh.
Well, Travis quit again.
Of the broadband competition.
Hello. Goodbye. Hello.
I don't know what the hell keeps
This came
happening.
up in MO.
It's like this shit kicks us all out.
Rocket.
Literally, nothing touches the computer.
Sure, I have
It's
the
sitting
chair.
here by itself.
AGI, bro.
Nico Vangelic, if you could read the relevant rule, I believe it's Rule 11, as it pertains to vacating the mayor vacating the chair.
I get the
in order
note
to
that
enter
everybody
debate and
joins,
also
like
be
when
sure
we
to
hear somebody
include
join the room. So I think
as
it's
to
the.
when that
They're having some drama right here right now.
Through the
Sorry.
Vice Chair
yeah,
to
we'll
the
watch this.
Council, so it's Rule 15. It's relinquishing the chair for the purpose of expression. It states that if the mayor wishes to express the opinion and subject under debate, he or she shall relinquish the chair to the vice chair and address the council from the floor. If the vice chair is absent or declines to relinquish the chair, then the most senior member of the city council then in the meeting shall take that chair.
And if you could just repeat that, Mr. Clerk, does it say that they shall vacate the chair? Is that what it says? Can you read that section, please?
Sure. Through the Vice
Ow.
Chair to the council, if the mayor wishes to express an opinion on the subject under debate,
Hey.
he or she shall relinquish the chair to the vice chair and address the council from the floor. If the vice chair is absent or declines to relinquish the chair, then a senior member of the council in the meeting room shall take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and just to clarify that a little bit, from the chair, I don't have to relinquish the chair when I'm enforcing rules of the council.
Correct.
Just be clear on that.
That is correct.
Okay, or bring an order to the council.
What was that all about?
Broadband. So,
Oh,
Mr. Himmel,
boy.
and I'd like your report. I want to know, I'll ask you a little bit later how it conflicts with DPW in the streets, but the competition is good. I've had some people come to my office who want to come here to the city for broadband, and I know this is about competition. This is something I started way back when I first got on the council, Public Service and Transportation, trying to push broadband. We put the task force together, working with the city manager and the departments. Even Senator Markey came in for the task force. So that's how important I think this is. And you're right when you talk about competition. Have you getting a lot of requests for people who want to expand here in the city of Worcester?
Through the chair to the mayor, we've had about 6 over the past 2 years. I think it's approximately 6 different providers have reached out. 2 of them have been seemingly more serious. Current Energy Capital referenced here has been in pretty deep collaboration over the past year, has had folks on the ground, is interested in approximately a $200 million build. So the thing that's been interesting about that, in alignment with the strategic plan, the broadband task force, so the one that's come in sort of with an interest in doing an open access network that covers all residents in the city and provides some resources to the city. So what they're proposing, which is a little bit unusual, is connecting approximately 400 city assets to this network. So that's our traffic
Emu JD
intersections,
vans.
our buildings, wastewater treatment, all that. The thing that's unique about that proposal is that they're looking to do that and provide that fiber to us at no cost. So that offsets about somewhere around $550,000 in our current annual operating costs, but probably about $2 million in where we'd really like to go in connecting more facilities. The thing that's really unique about that is typically we'd be seen as kind of the anchor tenant. So we've got those 400 facilities that we can pay a provider for. This is a little bit unique in that they're proposing to build this network and offer that at no cost to the city to leverage the network for our operations, connect our parks, connect our residents to Wi-Fi, that sort of thing.
I can see you have a map there. Is that like in the downtown area, or is that what that is? Or?
This is actually they're proposing 5 clusters.
5 clusters, like the districts?
Exactly. It very closely resembles the districts. They're proposing doing it in 5 phases, but their particular plan of that provider would cover all residents in the city. There may be some isolated cases where they might have to look at a wireless technology, but for the most part, they're talking about a fiber to the premises
What company was
alternative.
that again?
Mayor
company
Petty?
was that?
Through the chair to the mayor, that's Current Energy Capital is the vendor that is coming to us with that proposal and intent to build that network in the next year. There have been other vendors that have expressed interest. Most of them sort of expressed interest in sort of have fallen off over time, but that's where we're at today.
I know one company who wanted to do this, like District 3 section of the city of Worcester. But this company what's their history, like, through the chair? What's their history? Where are they out of? Are they out of Massachusetts? Or?
Mr. Hamill, before you answer, if you could just share for the public your title and your name so they know who's speaking, please, before you respond to the mayor. Thank you.
Yes, Michael Hamill, Chief Information Officer for the City of Worcester, and through the chair to the mayor.
It looks like one of those old G.I. Joes with the fuzzy head.
It's actually a few different folks that have come together. They're based in the Washington, D.C. area.
Is that what I'm
but they've
talking about?
got folks that have done major network
Yeah,
sort of
spot on.
design from big
Let's see
some of
if
the
I can
biggest
find him.
networks in the country that have kind of designed it.
Oh, yeah, here he is.
That came into Worcester to look at
Where'd
our
you
streets
go?
and how to do this. It's a Canadian-based company, which was a positive because a lot of times you have someone who's coming from the south, isn't used to cold weather and that sort of thing. So, so they've kind of got all the right players. But I think the reality is that this is a space that's a little bit tricky. It's generally seen as a European model. It's been done a lot in Europe, this open access, privately owned and operated model. There are a handful of success stories.
I dropped it in the chat.
But there have been some false starts, a couple of them in Massachusetts.
Yep.
So this company is newer to this space like others, but the firm basically that is designing this has done work like with Chattanooga, Tennessee, one of the biggest.
Hey.
This is pretty
fiber
cool.
networks.
I mean, this is big for Worcester, especially we're going through the task force. We've had since I was chair of Public Service and Transportation. I've been pushing this. I'm glad we haven't given up. I'm glad you're
You guys
taking
have
on,
tried to do fuck all
because
for municipal broadband.
As technology changes, and fiber is always going to be important, no matter what.
Fuck
It's not
all.
gonna be the wireless communications, because that could go down the next day, depending on what the weather is or what's going on in the universe. But I'm looking forward to this. Looking forward to get more information as you proceed with this company. The other question I have is, and this goes to the so on the trenches, I think in the report you said it's like 1.6 inches you go into the ground. Is that how that works? To put the
Mr. Hamill.
Through the chair to the mayor, yeah, it's approximately, so, this is a big change in the way we do things. We've been working with Public Works on how to do this responsibly in our streets. The idea is it's approximately 1.5 inches wide, going about 16 inches deep. So it's a very
16 inches deep.
Very narrow, but deeper trench where there have been issues in the past. They called it nano trenching, where in some places they did this at 2-inch depth.
Oh boy, this is boring.
In that kind of case, you can imagine a snowplow just picking that up and creating issues.
2-inch depth, that sounds more
so
like
and more
Joe
communities
Petty's
have
speed.
embraced this. A $200 million build isn't possible if you have to do traditional trenching. So that's what it is. But it is.
I used to call him nano trench in
really
college.
We talked about this during the broadband task force. There was this promise of the
My man.
possibility of getting private investment to do this, and it is exciting to see that it could be realized.
Yeah, I think I love it, and working with the DPW and the streets, because the streets is still going down 16 inches, so the street has to be resurfaced. It has to be done right, because that's one of the biggest issues that Council Russell brings up all the time. Is the utility companies come in here, they dig them up, they're not to code. But this company seems like if it comes to fruition, it's going to invest a lot of money over a lot of streets in the city of Worcester. So we have to have our act together when it comes to work on DPW, making sure this is done right. I know several years ago I asked the.
I'm the chief information officer for Worcester, Massachusetts.
Oh boy.
I had asked when I was chair of Public Service and
Hey
Transportation.
baby, you want to get nano trenched?
City to put conduits in every time the street was empty. So I think there are some out there. I don't know if there's a map
Nightmare fuel.
through the chair that you can connect into that instead of digging the street up. I know the city stopped doing it because we got a lot of complaints from developers and saying this wasn't the right thing to do.
Many companies
But I'm
have
sure there's
approached
some
me
out there
about
still
laying
have that
cable.
map. I think this is a suggestion that we probably should use those conduits still at the same time if they're still there in the streets. But thank you for the report, and look forward to working with you.
Oh, Kamer, that's a really good idea. This could really help offset their tax burden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just one more comment before I sit down.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of reports tonight, a lot of strategic plans tonight. I just want to compliment this administration on this report here, plus all these plans that are coming out through sustainability, through mobility, and the strategic plan and how they're all interconnected and how they take time to do. You're talking 12 months to 18 months on some of these and 6 months. And so I just want to thank people who realize the hard work that is going into all these different strategic plans going on in the city that connects to the master plan to the city of Worcester. So and the schools are doing the same thing. So I just want to say thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be myself, followed by Jenny Pasillo of District 1.
Mr. Chair, can I add myself to that line?
And then Atel Hajai following Jennifer, Councilor Pasillo.
Did I take your paper? Oh, this is yours. Yeah, it's yours. This is mine. You want this? Councilor,
Ready.
Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get my notes up here. I just want to begin by echoing.
Pete Hegseth is coming into the House chamber in a tank top and double fisting gimlets. Is that normal?
This body
Definitely.
has
For him or for Congress?
paid attention to this issue going
Either.
back to
Yes, both.
Okay.
when Matt Wally was chairing the committee I'm currently chairing. And
Brendan, I don't normally watch these. Is all this like handshaking, like it's an NBA game, normal?
charged with looking at
Yes.
this
Sort of.
they're
Well, I
doing-
mean, it depends.
citywide, and there were some financial implications.
First time
there.
through, it kind of
And
is
so I
because
wanted
it's
to kind of
party
highlight
celebration bullshit.
A couple of the strategies here.
But he's
that
way
were
more, Trump is
just
way
so
more about
the
entourage
public
than
can
has
understand
been in the
kinda
past. I mean, they do this
simply.
shit at fucking UFC
But
matches
those
too.
strategies involve
They really need to work
private
on their
public
handshakes. They're all the
partnerships
same. It's
that
kind
you
of boring to
mentioned,
watch.
and how important that those are. I wanted to also point out that it also speaks to this report some of the challenges that the task force identified and that were engaged, that were confirmed with some of the providers. And that was around municipal policies that make it difficult in reference to trenching and the like that you mentioned.
Trenching.
Chair to the administration.
I hate
whoever,
it when the
are there
trenching
any
is difficult.
additional policies outside of the trenching that
Trenching.
we're looking at amending or adjusting? Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to the councilor, not that I'm aware of. That was the primary challenge, was whether you could build aerial. It is still something like.
Hope
there
this
are
guy never
legitimate
watches this. He
concerns about,
seems like a perfectly nice guy.
impacting our streets,
But you sit at that table, and guess what? You're gonna get trenched.
boring. There are different
You're getting
technologies
trenched.
and really understanding the impacts.
The
of
boys are
these,
gonna trench you.
And making sure that that's aligned, and we're prepared for if we make policy changes, that can be well understood in our permitting process, because the permitting can be a delay in these sort of projects. But that was the main concern.
Okay, thank you. And that's under discussion. or
Yeah, that
is
is
it
true. He got
remedied.
like.
I just want to be clear because it's sitting here. There
I was
was
just saying,
dialogue.
like people are saying at the Super Bowl that he got a
Correct.
pretty
It
bad
is under
reaction.
discussion.
They just
We
didn't
have been
really
working really closely with engineering.
send it through on
looking
broadcast.
at the possibility of
But they had record of the
expense
European
as we're going through a
broadcast,
transition,
like playing the
and we'll make
booze,
sure
and
that
they
the
overdubbed
commissioner,
cheering in the
was
American
able to
broadcast.
review the thoughts and that
Classic WWE.
thoughtfully. We also, to a certain extent, want to make sure we're having a complete understanding of what these different providers are expecting of the city. So it is an ongoing dialogue, but I think the Public Works and Parks Department has been a really good partner in working with us and supporting kind of understanding this is a strategic goal, objective, and wanting to help us get there.
Sure, and please keep us appraised of that. I did want to take this opportunity to commend folks for the Digital Equity Forum that many of us participated in, myself included. And I wanted to speak a little bit to the digital equity aspect.
Kind of look like RFK is giving everybody measles,
We
but
know
it's
that
hard to
not
tell these
everybody
days.
who lives in Worcester, not all residents have equal
He's handing out
access to
vitamin A
digital
packets.
tools and resources
The
to
balances out.
thrive. I know from folks, kids and
Do you,
families I
do you
work
remember
with,
at one point during COVID when we
entering
all
the
understood what like
workforce,
R0 was or R
perhaps you're
not,
going through a
like rates were?
vocational education tract.
Measles is like
and
the
they're
highest
having essential
R
jobs,
not rating in
that are
like
essential.
history.
But those
It's
are
like
the,
it's
minimum
like
wage jobs,
18.
perhaps.
The average
That
person
their
infects
ability
18
to
people
have
with measles.
access, that's uninterrupted, uninhibited. When you talk about filling out applications, depending on what the speed is and what the capacities are, it can impact life. And I wanted to lift that up in this moment. I'm glad to hear that in Worcester, we continue to work to change that, because no matter where someone lives, what their income is, their background, or those sorts
Who
of
cares
challenges
anymore?
or experiences, that they should have access to reliable,
I'm just gonna
high-speed
stop
internet.
paying my bills.
Speak real quickly for the public about the increases
No one has the ability
speed
to
that we've
do
been
anything
able
about
to
that.
achieve that are in the report, through the chair.
Sure, through the.
No, they
chair
closed
to
down all the
councilor,
collection offices.
There have been, I think the biggest change is that many residents throughout the city now have access to Verizon Fios. So that's been a significant change, but also during that period, many of our residents went from, I believe it was 100 megabit to 300 megabit service through Spectrum. Obviously that doesn't alleviate all the concerns, but there have been, some enhancements in at the level of quality and consistency of the type of internet we're talking about here through current energy capital or Fios. Is a little bit different in that you're talking about symmetrical internet. That means your upload speeds are consistent with your download speeds, which can be a really big deal. Whether it's gaming or you're trying to learn video production or that sort of thing, it can make a big difference.
I'm doing both of those things.
You want your second 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The digital equity piece again is something I want to kind of elaborate a little bit on.
Do you want to do
because
gaming?
It's about creating opportunities, not simply technology. And I think folks need to understand that. It's about building a future where everyone can participate. And with respect to this particular report, it talks about fiber investment and competition would support digital equity efforts. Does the Regional Planning Commission have anything to do with that? Any of the work that we're doing pertaining to this? So there's the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission and also the Mass Broadband Institute. Are they playing any role in what's here? I know they play a role in digital equity, but anything with regards to public-private partnerships or the major tenets of this report through the chair.
Mr. Hamel?
Through the chair to the councilor, they are not involved in this, but we are grateful to Jason Homer and the Worcester Public Libraries for kind of taking and shepherding the digital equity work. Where that does come in here is that the provider that we're working with is the one provider that's really shown a commitment to digital equity. That's not going to solve the digital equity challenge. Where they're helping to support and fund.
They're after us.
Team are doing, but
Charter don't like this.
I truly was just thinking maybe I will switch to Fios, and they read it through my.
We're looking at there could be different internet service providers.
I guess they we were at AT&T to do something with Jess's cell phone the other day, and they are offering like super crazy cheap broadband.
We do know at the very least.
And all those over the air like cellular device ones, I'm very skeptical of, but
to invest in that area.
Man, Spectrum just don't fucking work.
Digital equity. That's great. Again, look forward to having this in committee. And again, I think it makes us a more desirable place to be for folks who live here and work here. The more that we can do. So I appreciate to continue to support all this work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council Pasul. Followed by Council Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hamill. This is a really great report. You and your department did a great job. I don't want to be repetitive of my colleague, but this really underscores a critical issue, and that's the lack of competition in Worcester's broadband market, and that is hindering our process towards digital equity. Reliable, affordable broadband should not be a luxury to anyone. It is a necessity. We saw the digital equity report, I think, last spring, and it's revealed that over 72% of shareable locations in our city only have one broadband provider as of 2022, so it's a little outdated. But just to talk about the reality of broadband in Worcester, most of us have Charter Spectrum. That's pretty much our only option, and this monopoly means high costs, unreliable service, very little accountability. I think we've all probably heard the complaints about Charter, the hidden fees, service disruption, and the speeds that don't match what we pay for. I know you know, in my house, I have a weird blackout spot where I can't get
Update on this
internet.
dumb
My
shit.
house is
Trump
not
is
a
shaking
mansion,
so
it's
many
at
hands.
1700
His hands are going to be
feet.
so bruised.
And
It's
we all
awesome.
remember, I'm sure, the 2021 outage that shut down remote learning and remote work for people in the city through charter. So I think by, you know, looking at this company, and we can have more affordable and dependable internet access for the city. So one thing I really liked about this report was Current Energy Capital's commitment to citywide access and digital equity. And so you kind of touched upon it, but through the chair to Mr. Hamill, do any of the other companies you mentioned, I think you mentioned 5 or 6, have any of them also made the same commitment to digital equity and citywide access?
Mr. Hamill?
Through the chair to the councillor, there was one other provider that had indicated an interest. They haven't communicated with us in about a year and a half. They did have an unsuccessful project in Salem and a project in East Hartford that got stalled due to funding. So, you know, since that conversation sort of stalled, we haven't really re-engaged. But that was the only other one, and in that case, it was a similar sort of presentation, except it did not include any access to the network at no cost for the city.
Thank you so much. And then one just side note, you mentioned Chattanooga, Tennessee, and in my quest to learn everything about broadband. So they have municipal broadband, which I know, you know, doesn't seem like it can be a reality for Worcester.
Why not?
But
Why not?
when you talk about internet,
Because
you
Eric
also
lied?
talk about economic growth. and they did
Literally,
this
because he
10-year
lied about
study,
Chattanooga in the dumbest possible.
after
I
they
don't understand why
launched their
you would,
citywide
that doesn't make any
fiber
sense
optic
to just
network in
cop
2010,
that to that.
10-year study
Why isn't
showed
it possible for
indicated
Worcester?
a return on
He never
investment
gave a
of
reason why.
$2.69
He
billion
literally
in
said that
inflation
it cost
over thousands
Chattanooga
of
too
jobs.
much
So
money.
really, you
When
know,
Chattanooga
Which was a lie.
internet is way
was a
more
lie.
than just
That's
logging
Chattanooga
on
has
to
made money on it.
AOL or whatever, you know.
And the
reading
town
the news or
overdoes it.
playing
Like, this
video
is not
games.
some
It
sort
really
of
does have
radical
an
idea.
economic benefit
It's
for the
crazy.
city. So thank you so much for this report. I'm really excited to move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
I just wanted to add a little bit to what the councilor just said. Broadband and pursuing this competition, this level of infrastructure that they're proposing to the city, one is a game changer for the city, and two is exactly what the council said. It's an economic development tool because it is going to spark some growth and opportunities here in our city, but also it'll be a place where we generate tax revenue because this is all personal property here.
What is he
we'll be
saying?
able to
Is he
assess
saying-
the personal property and be able to generate tax revenue off of that, which will, again, help the bottom line of the city. So I think any of these investments of these companies, especially what Energy Capital is proposing here, is a win-win for all of us.
Thank you. Council High GI?
Oh, I get it.
Mr. Chair, couple of thoughts here. I just want to highlight the work of the Municipal Broadband Task Force. I had the privilege of chairing that during my first year of chairing Urban Tie, and just want to uplift the amount of work and research that was done by members of the task force. Mr. Hamill, through you, Chair, I would like to see that final report. I don't believe we ever published or distributed that of the task force to be sent to either Urban Tie or be put on the website, because I think that it's important for the public to understand that that task force worked really hard to
You know, they say some of those
brainstorm a
that
lot of these ideas. One of
run
the
forces
biggest
are the
recommendations
same that burn
was
crosses.
municipal broadband. The task force was disbanded after, I think, as we all know, the city moved in the direction of privately owned providers. But I just, to honor that work, I would like through motion, through the chair, to have that final report to be sent to council as a form of respect for the task force. The second question that I had through you, Chair, to Mr. Hamill, I remember during those discussions that we got really close to having a provider whose name escapes me right now, that provided a presentation, just talked about incentives to residents. What's different from this provider? How can we be sure that they intend to move forward with what they're proposing to you?
Mr. Hamill?
Sure. Through the chair to the counselor, the provider you're referencing is the one whose project did get shut down in East Hartford. The only real difference there is that they were willing to connect the city resources for a monthly recurring revenue from the city, but other than that, it was a similar proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill. And this is a reoccurring question that has come up a lot through constituents in District 5. Can we get an update where Verizon Fios is with laying fiber, what areas of the city? I remember from those discussions that we had in the task force that they were planning different phases, different areas of the city. It's very unclear to me where they're at with all those plans. Could you, through the chair, in form of a motion, can we just have an update on where they are with their plans to lay Fios?
Sure.
And thank you.
Okay, report. All set?
All set, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, a couple of quick questions. Number one, I think it was probably a couple of years ago, not even, where there was a conversation about how we have like the free Wi-Fi here at City Hall outside the building, about bringing that into the neighborhoods. What has gone on with that?
Mr. Hamill?
Through the chair to the counselor, it is something that's been tried nationally. It's failed in every city that's tried it. It can work in very small contained areas. So one of the things with the proposal that we're talking about here is this particular vendor would connect every park that's not connected today, allowing us to provide Wi-Fi in those areas. But the reality is that Wi-Fi in areas like just surrounding City Hall, typically what you find is you might need 50 access points, and it becomes an unsustainable challenge and security issue to maintain. So that's where it's sort of fallen apart. But where there are some interesting things that could come out of a network like this is we're talking about fiber to all of these locations, which is sort of the best opportunity. But the fiber is what gets you to wireless as well. So when you talk about 4G and 5G opportunities, this is the kind of investment that gets you some of those solutions as well. So we don't know what it could turn into. But what we do know is that Wi-Fi kind of has limits in being able to do small pockets rather than cover neighborhoods or cities.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's public Wi-Fi you're referring to.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, so my other question, Mr. Chairman, is a pretty simple one. We get calls constantly as councilors from residents saying we're stuck with Charter, we're stuck with Spectrum. Are we stuck with them, or is there in fact some of those other carriers that are currently on the market today? And could you provide a list for residents?
Oh my
that we
God,
can
George.
turn to on the city website? of
He asks the
competition today?
dumbest fucking
I know
questions
there's
sometimes.
Fios, which is wired Verizon in some areas.
There's
But
Charter
Verizon
and there's
Wireless
Fios.
offers it pretty much all over the city. I know because I actually took advantage of it in my part of the city, one of my locations. And
Oh, George, you're part of the city. You got
also,
Fios, huh?
T-Mobile, I believe, offers them. Are there any other companies besides them that offer those kinds of services?
Mr. Hamill?
Through the chair to the counselor, not that I'm aware of. I think that is the extent. In what's being proposed here, it's important to note, I guess, that it's when we talk about an open access network, that means that there's the potential for multiple players on that network. The reality is what we're finding with a lot of these builds is they need what they call an anchor tenant. So there'd probably be one more competitor potentially for some number of years. Then it would become truly an open access network. But yeah, to your question, I believe it's Verizon Wireless, T-Mobile Wireless,
That's pretty much it.
and Fios in some portions
Yeah,
of the city.
I would just ask Mr. Chairman through the manager that we actually offer that information somewhere on the city website, because, it's a substantial savings. It's probably about half of the price of what Spectrum is offering. So I always, when I get calls like that, especially the senior citizens that are maybe just watching one TV or what are doing limited emails or whatever, they're not using any high volume, and it works very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So collectively, we'll take all the Request for information from orders from the council, and also Centers of Public Service. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Caloria,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on finance items 9.35A and B and 9.36A and B.
Council Bergman,
Roll call.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
What item
Council
did they say?
Pasillo,
What number?
Yes.
Council Russell,
Who heard it?
Council Toomey,
I didn't catch
Mayor
it.
Petty.
Yes, we have a motion for
Yeah, I'm pretty much
reconsideration
done
on
listening.
9.36A.
9.36A.
There we go. 9.36A.
Roll call.
How could I have missed that?
Council
Point
Bergman,
of order, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
We're going to, item of reconsideration on 9.36A. This is the $500,000 for the Sustainability and Resilience Capital Outlay. We need to go forth with this. The Cordell needs this done tonight, so he's asking that we reconsider this. Reconsideration.
Council Bergman,
Only took 25 minutes for them to throw their first congressman
Council
out.
Gia,
No.
Oh, who?
No.
Councilmember
Al
Carlson,
Green from Texas.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Wow.
Council
The
Pasillo,
Reverend.
Council Russell,
Thought he was dead.
No.
and Mayor
Waving that walking stick like he meant business.
10.A, Robert Stern.
Yeah, he was swinging his cane. He carries a cane with like a gold eagle on the top of it. He was swinging it around like he meant business, for sure.
He's been sitting there all night. We have Council Vasily, you have a question?
Oh, no, I'll just say, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great report. I actually, I read it and I probably understood about 2% of it, but I tried really hard to get like a decent understanding. But what
Actually,
I
really
will say
disappointing
is
moment
the
for the
city of Worcester does
Massachusetts
a really
second,
great
because
job
the
at
governor was
paying
sitting right
into
behind him and could have
OPEB,
gone right over the top
and
of the
it's,
fucking haymaker. Would have been beautiful.
Complicated, but the fact that the city is working to decrease the liability is great, and that through the chair to Mr. Stearns, do you want to talk a little bit about once the liability is
All right,
decreased, how the
so-
city would benefit?
Mr. Stern?
I pay for Spectrum for 400 megabyte service. Not that I'm getting that. The 400 megabyte service. I pay $84 a month.
And it's earning
For FiOS, it's quoted
investment income on the
at
assets in the
for
trust that help
essentially
So
$90 a
you can
month.
see in the report there
You
was,
get 1 gig internet.
some income.
Wow.
obviously, on the,
940
assets that we
megabytes per
have.
second.
The downside right now is that
If that's even close to accurate,
4% of
then
the liability.
I
As that asset grows,
think it's time to switch.
We'll be able to take advantage of more favorable discount rates, and that liability will come down even more. So it's like any long-term benefit. It's as we put away money now today for the workers for the future, it'll earn interest, and that's the one of the significant benefits of deferring the cost of health insurance.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So send that to MO. Roll call. Thank you, Mr. Stearns.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have our Mo Bergman, that the City Council may henceforth for Massachusetts General Law 30A, Section 21A, ensuring that any discussion regarding any city council relative to an individual's character, reputation, mental health, or physical condition, or complaints, charges, or discipline against a public employee, officer, or staff member may occur in executive session. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there were two consistent comments from those who spoke against this. One I would concede is correct, one I would challenge. The way it got worded between the clerk's office and myself, and I'll take responsibility for it, it did say shall, but it should have said may, and that was amended last time. But and that I do agree with, it needs to say may, because there's no requirement. But I would say under Section A, I do disagree with many of those who have been negative against this, that this doesn't
Negative
rise
against
to the
this.
level of requiring executive committee. We've discussed for the better part of the last 2 months individual characters and reputations on this council floor. We've done it for hours and hours and hours. And if we had done it in executive session, it most likely would have been done at the end of the meeting. It would have been done without the the commotion and the motion that goes into accusations that cannot be proven one way or the other oftentimes. But nevertheless, it's the time-consuming exercise of trying to say, got you. And I don't know of another profession in today's day and age where an employee doesn't have the right when they
I need more of these Musk Steel signs that they're all holding up.
I want it to be discussed in executive session. Now, I'm not suggesting it has to be. It's up to the individual.
Didn't they argue against this?
Discussion or anybody else on the council to raise the issue, and it's also up to the majority of the council to decide whether or not we should or should not go into executive session. But in the comments, really were not about me. So I come at this not from any personal point of view, but they could have been, and they may be someday. If I'm fortunate enough to stay on the council, and maybe against any one of us. And I would think that we should know that, hey, wait a minute, because this rises to the level of a attack on character and reputation, we have the right to ask that this go into executive session. Some of my colleagues are much more familiar with union policies than I am, but I do know that that's pretty much a basic right, that if you're, it doesn't have to be a crime. That's why I disagree with some of the commentators. That's subsection B.
That is a willful misunderstanding
and
of
again, I already read it,
union
and it doesn't need to be read again.
procedures.
It's very
But
stupid.
it does involve individuals' character, reputation, something we've been discussing for months. And I just think instead of slinging mud and taking up council time for those that somehow want to see.
Did Candy
or
ask him
hear,
to do this? Like, this isn't
accusations
helping at
that
all.
May or may not
I'm
ever
sure.
be proven. It should be done in the privacy at the exercise of the person being discussed. Now, I don't know how that happens. I don't know if we trigger it or if the chair triggers it.
The city manager
or if
said
the
you're
city
not an
solicitor
employee,
triggers it and says,
so
hey,
I
wait a
don't-
minute, this is more appropriate.
kinda ends
if
right
the
there.
person or persons want to discuss in an executive session. But it's something that I think we need to talk more about is, going forward, do we go through those exercises again where we spend hours and hours and hours of council time on he said, she said type accusations, or they said. And at the end of the day, there's no conclusion other than we've spent hours and hours and hours. This could have all been done in executive session, where I think it's much more appropriate to have done it. It's also much more efficient from the public's point of view. Their items could be addressed first, and we can go.
This
into
was the
executive
public's
session
item, you stupid
last.
idiot.
Again,
Yeah.
this isn't self-serving. I have no
Yes, it
expectation
is.
that this is about me, but it could be about any
Shut
one of
up,
us.
Mo.
And I just think
I hate Mo.
before we embrace the way we handled this in the past, we should seriously think about a better way to do this going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it's the motion is to adopt or to send to the committee, or
Mr. Chairman.
just asking for what the motion is, that's all. Is to pass it, or?
I'm just asking it gets sent to MO.
MO, okay. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a lot said in that statement that doesn't particularly fit the entire situation that we're discussing, Mr. Chairman. This particular law does allow for executive session for purposes. What it does not state, there is no language specific to a city councilor, Mr. Chairman. This particular, I'll ask you the chair to the administration. In regards to this subsection, is there any reference to a city councilor in that? Because I'm looking at it, I don't see it through the chair.
Madam Solicitor?
It says public official, which could be or could not be, but this particular item specifies city councilor. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilor. The open meeting law applies to public bodies, and the council would be a public body.
Okay. And in addition to that, through the chair to the administration, This particular item indicates that the council may follow this law, ensuring that discussion regarding any city councilor, et cetera, may occur in executive session. So there's nothing prescriptive there. Is that right, through the chair?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the counselor, that's correct.
Okay. So the current law provides for this. Is that right, through the chair? So I'm not sure what we're sending to committee, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we're trying to amend the law. I don't know what we're doing. We have mass general laws that allow for executive session with regards to public bodies, if it fits, and if the council decides that that's where they want to go in certain instances. Is there any additional guidance regarding this particular law that's available for the council outside of the language in it? Is there any frequently asked questions or things like that through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, there is a lot of guidance on executive session and the proper purpose. We could come back with a report.
Yeah, I would ask for a report, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that sending this to committee does anything for us without that report particularly. But this is already covered by Massachusetts general law. I don't know what we would be doing in committee. Given that, I'd like to file this, Mr. Chairman, simply because the law exists, and I would certainly support sending, frequently asked questions pertaining to this law to committee for public education. But this is very clear and straightforward as to, Mass General Law 30A, Section 21A, Mr. Chairman. So my motion would be to file. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak on this.
Council Hajar?
So I have actually a question for Madam Solicitor. Through you, Chair. Thank you,
Madam
Madam.
Solicitor? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Solicitor. Through the chair, Madam Solicitor, does City Council have a code of conduct for city councilors?
Through the
Madam
chair to the counselor, you don't have a code of conduct, but you have specific rules that apply to conduct and decorum.
Do other municipalities, other municipalities adopted an actual code of conduct around ethical behaviors?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. There are some other cities and towns that have code.
Oh no, somebody weed whacked
Through
her
the chair, I'd
blazer.
like to make a motion, Madam Solicitor, if you could bring us a few examples that we could actually adopt for the city council that probably might avoid the private mudslinging that perhaps one of my colleagues was referring to. And secondarily, I'd like to, Madam Solicitor, thank you for your time. I'd like to echo Councillor King's motion. This is state law. I am not entirely sure what exactly we will be discussing in committee. However, when that report from Madam Solicitor comes back about adopting an ethical code of conduct that applies to current and future city councilors, perhaps there would be a better use of our time so that we can avoid in the future violating the code of conduct, whether on the city council floor or when the lights go off in private to other people and in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bergman?
Just follow up, I'll be brief. The answer to the question raises, we already have a state statute, that's true. So if we're honest with ourselves, and myself included, I didn't pick up that could be applicable to the hours and hours of discussion that played out on this council floor with the mudslinging back and forth. Had I been aware that option was available, I don't have to be the subject of the executive session for me to raise the issue that there should be an executive session. So the bottom line is, we're not experts. Yes, it's codified in the Massachusetts general law, but we don't necessarily know when that gets triggered. And the whole point of sending it to committee is to have a discussion on it. And so going forward in the future, whether or not we can do better in making sure the public's business is taken care of first, and our mudslinging, so to speak, takes a second seat to executive session at the end of the meeting.
Dude, stop saying
And I think it's entirely
mudslinging.
appropriate. If anybody here knows Massachusetts law
Your
backwards
friend
and forwards, and God
called
bless them,
to
but I
a
don't think there are
slur.
very many people that do. And so again, the whole point of bringing it to committee is so we can get an education on when this is or is not best used. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we have a motion, I'm sorry, Council Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another one of those things that I'm sitting here kind of lost. I apologize.
You're not lost. Come
Are
on.
we saying that there's already something that's in place through the chair to the solicitor, or?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the counselor, the open meeting law covers executive session, which deals with issues, investigations, complaints, lodges against persons, personalities. And then separate from that is a code of conduct that the council does not have a specific code of conduct.
Okay, so would it make sense then to, if it does go to committee, make sure we have the report that Councilor King was asking for at the committee meeting?
I don't know if you want me to weigh in, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take it in committee and wait for the report to follow.
Sure.
As long as it gets sent to committee, then I'll wait for the report.
I'm good.
Okay. Council King?
Mr. Chair, my motion will be hold. Withdraw my motion to file. Motion will be hold. Is this the second time? Is that what this is?
This would be the motion would have to be to table it.
Yeah, motion will be to table. What's that, 6 votes? 5?
6.
Same as, yeah. I mean, I think we should wait for the information because it sends a false message that we're actually doing something when we're just looking at what's been stated on the floor. There's no rules that should come out of that, given the fact that we don't have all the information that we need, Mr. Chairman. If the council is okay with tabling until we have that information, I'm certainly willing to do that. If not, I'll stick with the motion to file, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. But I don't want to mislead the public whatsoever that we're doing anything new other than reviewing existing law as it pertains to this. And I'm not sure, quite frankly, what aspects of public discourse we're referencing. There may be some aspects that would fall into this. There's others that certainly would not. And to pretend as if all would be well if we just reviewed this is not accurate, Mr. Chairman. So I would withdraw my motion and ask to lay it on the table temporarily while we get the reports that were requested so that we can actually have a dialogue, Mr. Chairman, an informed process where we're not misleading the public that this is some sort of panacea, because it's not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You want?
I'd rather have it voted up or down the hold and then vote the item.
Okay, so the first motion is the file.
I withdraw that and ask to lay it on the table, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to lay on the table is number 4.
Yeah.
So it goes before sending it to committee or to adopting it.
Say that again?
So to lay the item on the table is number 4. It's prior to committee and prior to adopting it.
Okay. So the motion is to lay it on the table.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Caloria?
No.
Council Higie?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Motion is to send to committee. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Higie?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Member Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we have Council Ojeda's item, request city manager provide city council with a comprehensive report detailing the costs and charges incurred by each organization to host an event using city spaces over the last 2 years, including the costs associated with permits required by the city. Said comprehensive report should only detail costs incurred from the city changes requirements. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you. I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just I know there's probably some information coming up soon regarding these events and permits and what's required. So I was just hoping to get a better idea of these costs that anyone that wants to have events throughout the city, and just get a better look at it and be able to do probably a data dive into areas that maybe some of these residents or agencies or organizations are struggling with. So I just would like to get a report on that. Thank you.
So send that to the manager. Prior to doing so, Councilor Bergman.
Could we just add to that report to find out if there are any organizations where their money is uncollected and the reasons why?
Okay. As amended, we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council GI?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Johanna Hampton Dance petition, City Council meeting on February 25th, be amended to read as follows. Johanna Hampton Dance requests City Council petition the State Legislature for a special ad to amend the city's Worcester charter to allow recall elections and municipal elections. Said petition should include the following: any holder of office elected solely by the voters of the city herein provide for the reason of lack of fitness, incompetence, neglect of duties, corruption, malfeasance, misfeasance, or violation of oath, registered voters.
So brutal to be doing this shit at the end of the
Recall
meeting.
by filing with the city clerk in the office held whose recall was sought in a statement of grounds of recall, including specific facts supporting one or more of the reasons,
Crankton Dance.
other options to declare the seat vacant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be quicker than reading the item. I apologize, it's lengthy, but this came up last week. It was an item filed by Johanna Hampton Dance as a petition, and there was some discussion on it, and it seemed to me as we discussed it, and it's a good item to be sent to MO, and I believe it already was on its way, but I asked to amend it. But there are at least three challenges with the way this was initially worded, and that's why I wanted to amend it. The first involves time. If the route is through a special act or a charter change, the likelihood of getting any of that addressed during this fiscal year, not fiscal year, calendar year, I should say, is not likely. The best case scenario, I think, from everything I've read and tried to educate myself on, is to perhaps have it lined up with the November municipal elections. If it were, for some reason, to be able to be done sooner than that, then you'd have the issue of expense. It would have to be done separate than the municipal election, and having an election just for that issue is going to be expensive. Then there's the uncertainty, and if we do it either through the special legislation or the charter change, we have to rely on our state delegation to shepherd this through, and they may or may not have reasons to do that. So there are other options, and I'm just asking that we consider other options. You know, I've heard from a lot of residents in the city, I'm sure my colleagues have too. I'm going to repeat something I said last week, and I'm not going to mention any specific names, but the situation is now before the council where there's a likelihood that some votes will be a 5-5 vote. This body was set up to be an odd number so that there's a majority vote when we take votes. That's not going to happen. There are subcommittee meetings where the absence of an individual creates another 1-1 tie, or at the very least,
Oh,
perhaps
no,
not
don't,
a
but
quorum when
please
there's
don't
other
name
people
any
that are
names.
absent. Then there's the issue of the rest of us filling in for the person that's not there. And then there's the incentive for other people to say, well, if that person's not doing it, showing up, why should I show up? Now, this happened twice, I mentioned. It happened in my tenure in the city council. It happened a number of years ago, 2018. It's happening again now. And I think we need to address this issue. And I think the way to address this issue is to consider all the available options, not just the special legislation or the charter change, because if we rely on just those two options, there may be no change at all. And I've got to tell you, the people that I hear from and that contact me are not happy that they have to go to work or else there are consequences, but yet we don't have some sort of mechanism on the city council for that to happen. And representing the the people that I hear from, and I think the overwhelming majority of the people in the city of Worcester, I think we ought to keep all options open, and we ought to take this issue seriously.
Yeah,
If some
for
colleagues don't
that's
think
the
that
overwhelming
they have to
majority
show
of people
up
in the city of Worcester.
to collect a check, then that's their right to say that. But I think otherwise, and I hope the amendment will pass and we can take this up in municipal operations sometime soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just to be clear, is that we
Get absolutely
passed the
fucked,
motion,
Mo
so the
Bergman.
The only thing that
He
was held
sucks
was the
so bad.
amendment where it says, or other options to declare the seat vacant, correct?
To do that
Mr.
after refusing
So
to
motion is to,
address
for
the
the amendment, yes or no?
concerns,
Roll call.
Yeah.
allegations that two raised
You have a
is
question? You have a
just
question?
such fucking
Councilor
naked
Priscilla?
like hypocrisy.
Um,
Ugh.
I just kind of.
I hope you
wanna
crash your fucking car, you
thank
dickhead.
Mr. Chair. Understand this a little bit better. So we can send it to committee to talk about in committee. But I do kind of want to reiterate what I said last week, and I appreciate what Councilor Bergman said too, but in my mind, this is a pretty major structural change, and I don't think it should be done quickly. You know, we did talk about the cost of recalls and just what goes into kind of even just sorting through the language in this petition. Like, I said this last week, and I'm going to say it again, and I don't mean, I'm not trying to be offensive to any of my colleagues, but I just don't think that we should be the ones who define incompetence. I think this is a really big change, and it's something that could be wrapped into a full charter review, which we spoke about last week. But I just want to understand, if this goes to MLO, we can't, even if it goes through committee and comes back, we would still have to go through all the steps. Is that correct? So this is just kind of like talking about it in MLO. We also, go ahead, you can go ahead.
With your permission, I want to be clear. This isn't to kick it around in MLO and then, you know, not do anything about it. My motion is that we can address it as soon as possible so that it doesn't take till November where it becomes essentially moot. That's why I'm looking at other options where it doesn't necessarily have to be a long, cumbersome process. So my intent in amending this, and I want to be perfectly clear and straightforward, so nobody
If they,
thinks I'm
we all agree that
saying
if
something that I don't
they
intend. The intent is
put
to have as
through
many
any
people
sort
come
of
to the MLO
recall
meeting as
option, that
possible,
we
my
are
colleagues
going
as
to
well, but
bring
to
up
discuss
recalls
other
against
options.
Mo
So
Bergman
if
every
we
day
don't
until
resolve this issue,
he's voted out of
and
office,
it just
right?
ends with
Yep.
the calendar year, then we've done nothing but kick the can down the road, and that's not my intent.
Okay, thank you.
So okay, Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, what did we vote on last week? I thought we voted on something similar. What's the difference?
You held the amendment, where I said
then-
earlier, where it says, right at the last sentence here, it says or other options to declare the seat vacant.
So-
I think, Councilor Berg, I'm just going to try, you could say I'm wrong, but I think you're saying if recall is not the proper method, you want to look at other options beside the recall.
That's exactly correct, Mr. Chairman.
Or more of the reasons or other options.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair to the administration, this is very vague language, and I just want to ask through the chair, what other options are related to recall? Because this is two ors in a row. It says here, I guess it's or other options to declare the seat vacant, right? Mr. Chairman, is
I
that the
think
part
so.
that I held?
Is that what we have? Yeah.
Is it just the last 4 words,
I'm
5,
just
6
making sure,
words?
that's what I thought. Recall saw in statement of the groups of recall including specific facts supporting one or more of the reasons.
So through the chair to the council, so if I can provide some clarification, last week there was a petition that was brought on. It was referred to municipal operations. Council Bergman asked to amend that petition, but that actual amendment was held by Council King. So basically you have the language of the petition with the Council Bergman amendment.
But the petition went.
The original language did go.
So it's already in committee, an item about recall, about registered voters of the city of Worcester initiating a recall by filing with the clerk, including the office that is being recalled in the statement of the grounds of the recall and supporting facts. The only difference is or other options to declare the seat vacant, which we don't know what they are. So through the chair to the solicitor, just if you could speak to other options, because I thought that's what would be happening anyway in committee. I just, I don't like voting on things that are so
Madam
vague.
Solicitor?
Through the chair to the counselor, other options would be options to not just start a charter change commission through the voters. It could be done through the counselors. There's 4 ways that you can bring about a charter change. So
4 ways what?
you can bring about a charter change
Right. By put on the ballot.
or initiate it by the city council, not go to the people, home rule legislation, which would go straight. So there are different options. It could not, there may be an option that doesn't include recall and is some other form of declaring the seat vacant that would have a different path.
But it would have to go through the charter reform.
Some of them could, yes. You could have an attendance requirement that would not go through the charter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Council,
Suspension.
motion to go into suspension?
Yeah.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Ojeda?
Yep.
Council
Yes.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to briefly ask for a report for the next meeting. It might actually properly come from you with the assistance of the city clerk and the law department, but you can file this under things I've never asked for before or things I've never thought I would have to ask for. But this evening, there was a candidate, one of the new candidates that pulled papers today for city council, holding a sign or having a sign posted here in the camera view saying vote new or vote something, vote, like just telling people how to vote. And I think it's important going forward that there be a crystal clear message from the chair and from the solicitor and from the clerk of what's allowed and what's not allowed in this chamber. Because in the 14 years I've been here, in
I'm
fact,
so
I'll go for
fucking
the
annoyed we're having
40
to deal
some
with
odd
David
years
with
that
this
I've been
entire
attending
election season. I
meetings
really
in this
hope he does
chamber. I've
not
never ever
bring
seen
his papers back
people
in.
holding political signs.
So
and I would hope
stupid.
that is something that's not going to change. Now, maybe the law department or the clerk might tell us that's freedom of speech, and if that's the case, then so be it. But I think that it's important that we have specific reports stating what the rules are.
So get a report back. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Motion to adjourn? Roll call.
Thanks for that, George Russell.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
If I have to look at that vote for change sign
Council Ojeda?
every fucking meeting, I'm going to be so
Yes.
pissed off.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Don't give it any oxygen like I actually just did. But yeah, stupid. Mo Bergman tonight,
Boy.
coming in late, being a real villain. That was silly. Whole thing was silly. I think I disassociated for about 75% of that meeting. I pulled up Twin Peaks. I have Paramount Plus on the browser, and I tried to watch it, but it was too fractious going back and forth.
It was too normal compared to city council.
Yeah. I was getting lulled back into a false sense of normalcy watching Twin Peaks next to it. Yeah.
I have the Trump shit up. I know, back and forth. So I was just getting back and forth pissed. I was getting pissed at Mo, and then pissed at Trump, and then pissed at Mo. It was like shitty in stereo. It was awful. I wouldn't suggest it.
Shitty in stereo. I love that. Did
Yeah,
any
this is a-
did the thing that I hoped for happen?
Not yet. No ketamine overdoses either. That was my 10 to
Still
1 bet.
time.
It's early. Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Yeah, he's gonna go for another hour and a half, right?
I sure should hope not.
Oh, yeah, he'll riff for at least 45 afterwards.
Zelensky.
He's brought up Joe Biden twice now, so
He might not like me right now. He might not like me, but Mr. Tactical Bits, he's gonna come around. He's gonna come around, folks. He'll be kissing my ring. He'll come around, folks.
I just can't
sucking my toes the way I did the Elon. Sorry.
I really can't get over the fact that we've always had a benignly evil city council, but like this version of it right now that's gone on the last few months is just so
We're bringing the evil to the surface.
it's just
We're
so
making them
fucking gross, dude.
We're
It's not
making
even
them
like
tell-
it's not even politically gross. It's just fucking like inhumanly gross for no reason.
Yeah.
For no
mean,
apparent reason.
I guess it's worth a reminder that we only get here for like 3 council terms now of dedication to like pulling all of this bullshit to the surface that has always been going on behind the scenes, but is now, because there's meaningful opposition to it, is getting litigated in public. So it's kind of a win that we get to see the council get like demonstrably worse on the face of it. But it doesn't feel like that ever, right? But like with just like the sheer like by sheer force of will, we've made people like Mo Bergman and Kenny Merrill Carlson be who they are in public. And like that's not for nothing. It's really not for nothing because they've always been like that, but they've never had to be like that in public before.
Right.
And then it's up to like the electorate and good candidates to do with that what they will. But like now we know who they are. So I mean that's not for nothing.
Travis, can you please turn down Trump? I cannot listen.
You can hear it?
Yeah, oh yeah, clearly.
Oh, I didn't even. Sorry.
Yeah, you have your headphones on, so you can't. But yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah,
When Bill was getting an applause, it was kind of nice, but now it's just
yeah,
Trump.
it was. Yeah.
That's
and
funny.
there-
I
and there
couldn't
is,
even
that-
hear
I
it.
mean, that is like that. There is a value in that. I just hope that at some point it leads to consequences for them instead of
Right. But then if we do all this work to get them to bring the shittiness of them to the surface and then they're rewarded for that, then like I guess time wasted. So it's not over yet. But no, somebody like Kenny Merrill Carlson has been Kenny Merrill Carlson for like 20 years.
Totally.
And Mo Bergman
Absolutely.
has been Mo Bergman since he was born, probably well before, since
he was hatched.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know.
I don't mean it like that. No.
I didn't hear that. I don't
Okay. Moving on.
No, but what I'm saying is like maybe, hopefully it inspires some people to be like, these people need to go, which actually Troubler brings it up right here. Caden's announcement is probably like the most effective and best rebuke we have in terms of channeling all the energy of the queer coalition of the past couple weeks into like a really, really solid, cool candidate. And of course, Worcester Sox is going to be reassuring that.
Yes.
And we have an interview scheduled with Caden tomorrow to get into all of the nitty gritty. I'm really excited about that. So that will be in print and audio form later this week. super stoked on Caden.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have other good candidates. And it's actually kind of a good thing right now. I think that the townies are flooding the zone with like every sort of like active political necromancy you could think of right now. And we're on the progressive side going to be running, it looks like 3 or 4 pretty cool candidates. And then if there's any fucking sanity and grace in this world, not David Webb.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I think that, yeah, like, you know, obviously we've been pulling hard for Rob Bellata for a long time, and we'll do everything in our power to get him over like the finish line on this one. And that changes things massively, and not only from just a justice standpoint, because Candy Merle Carlson deserves to not be an elected representative of the people of Worcester, Massachusetts. That obviously improves things statistically, you know, politically. But the last go around, the last election, the bottom 2 vote getters were Donna Calorio and Mo Bergman.
Exactly.
And then it would just take a little bit more oomph to get the next in line, like to just bump them off. And again, if one of them goes, then things are already massively improved.
Right.
I hope. Listen, from all standpoints, I would rather Mo gone than Donna, because if we can get rid of one shitty vote but still keep the objectively funny Donna Calorio around, like, there's value in that for this show.
Yeah, there is, right. For the show's perspective, we need at least Donna. I mean,
yeah,
we make a lot of hay out of Donna, and you know, we make probably the most hay out of Kay Toomey and Candy Merle Carlson. But I think that either of them being gone would be better than like the comedic value they provide us. Unfortunately, Kate Toomey's not going anywhere unless she's bullied out of running again.
Right, and I will say that if she loses Candy and Mo on the council with her, then she, in many ways, becomes a non-entity.
Right,
like,
right.
You know, she only gets so bad because of that coalition that she has, that they all like engender the worst aspects of each other. So if she, you know, if they're gone, then she probably clams right up and
Right.
like stops and only just shares articles about small houses or alternate forms of transportation that don't make much sense.
Yeah, articles.
The nice thing about Donna sticking around too is that she functions at a level of stupidity that intersects with a sense of brevity that works out well for the show too. So we could actually get some work done, and we could all see a normal fucking bedtime on Tuesdays. Like, she can spit out the stupidest shit known to man in under 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah. So I mean, I think we'll, as the months progress, we're obviously going to get more and more into what is an ideal scenario for this show, which is obviously the most important aspect of all of this.
Right.
Is what helps the show.
Yeah.
But I do think that any version of getting rid of any number of the loser morons and keeping Donna Calorio, I mean, we got to try and thread that needle. I think.
Right, which is why we're going to infiltrate the Republican City Committee.
Well, and I was just thinking too that something, I mean, this is something that the Commoners Union could probably participate in. What would really be great is if we could come up with some like wild ass conspiracy theories that are just so completely insane that no normal person could believe them, but are also so believable that no one could really refute them, and just start putting them out in the wild to really create a divide. So like, just start feeding all the little towny groups with the most nonsense fucking shit imaginable. Trump just spent 20 minutes listing off how many people older than the country are receiving Social Security, right? Like, and with a rousing applause. Like, there's people that just don't want to understand that COBOL exists and math is a thing, right? Like, whatever. But like, if we could find something like that on a local level and really run it, like, we could do some incredible damage while still making this show that much more enjoyable.
Yeah. So I, everyone do your best to support Donna. I guess is where we're coming down on things. But yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of great candidates are declaring, pulled papers today. Support them. Do what you can. I really do think it's possible for us with a lot of work to get Rob Bellotta in there, and I think that's a vital need.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
many reasons.
We're gonna know in like 2-3 weeks tops what the groundwork really is. I mean, not the groundwork, what the playing field is for this race. So Rob is definitely one of them, and I think Kate is gonna be one of them, and I think we might have one in D1 too, but we'll see. So
yeah,
it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun summer. Tomorrow, what is it? It's not my event. I don't have a flyer for anything. Neighbor to Neighbor, Carpenters, they're putting on Worcester Organizing Summit, 6 to 8 p.m.
Yeah, check out WCT 3000. We'll have it shared on the stories. There's a flyer. There was one in the chat a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's in my latest Worcester Sucks post. I'm going to be there. I think for people that want to do 1,000 new voters, that's it. That is literally the only thing we have to do is just focus on that. And
so anybody has connections at any of the colleges in Worcester, like voter registration on campus and around campus is going to be so important this go around. I mean, there are so many students that would be engaged if they knew that they could. When I was in college, I didn't even know that I could vote in Fitchburg. I didn't even know anything about it. Like, we need to engage the students, and a lot of them are going to stick around.
You got a council that voted against Gaza ceasefire and voted against investigating transphobia. That's literally that's all you have to say.
Yeah,
it's it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vote for these people if you want to do something about this.
I fucked it up. Yeah. Thanks,
Sally called us out. Good call.
Well, if
Sally.
anybody's gonna notice a sign incorrect,
yeah, of course.
Stares at signs daily.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I like there's so many avenues for people to engage with what's going on in city council right now, and there's so many good candidates for them to latch on to, no matter the district, no matter the cause. So it's very, very important that we do what we can. Yeah, check out WCT 3000 on Instagram. Tu's birthday party coming up. Another opportunity for activism and engagement for the upcoming election. Tu is not running again, but they are obviously going to be continuing the work and advocating for other candidates and for causes. So we got to keep the momentum going. We got to keep fighting, and and also coming up on March 14th, I mentioned earlier, the Roast of Worcester. We'll all be down there. Come join us. It's going to be a very fun night at the White Room. We've been doing it there for a few years now. It's so fun. It's such a great space. Luis and Birgit are very cool to let us disparage important people in the city on their property. So we're raising money for Trans Lifeline. Bill's roasting. We have a great slate of roasters. I don't know if there's one that we haven't announced yet that I don't know if I should say or not, but let's just say that he sold out the Wilbur a couple weeks ago. So
no way.
Yeah, don't tell anybody I said that, but
I'm not saying nothing. That's dope.
But yeah, so come on down. Donate what you like for a ticket. We're going to be raising money in the room as well, so please come hang out. It's going to be a blast. And I will be saying actionable things this year. I didn't get to participate in person last year because my stupid fucking cousin had to die 1 year ago today. But he can't die again. So although he has a twin, so I shouldn't say that. But I'll be there, and I am
Bryan, he's running out. He's running out of cousins. He only has so many cousins left.
So yeah, please come join us and raise some money for Trans Lifeline. Maybe throw me a few bucks for my legal defense fund because again,
It's for comedy purposes.
Yeah. So Travis, yes, there you go. That's what I'm
Yeah,
gonna say.
come stop by the gallery on Thursday night. We're doing another zine night, and like Bill mentioned off the top, I really want to get more into community resource zines. Zines at their core were originally used to pass around information, and there's a lot of good information that we need to get on the ground, and through mini zines is a really easy way to do it. So, and even if you're not trying to get into that politics stuff, if you just want to come down and create and be along like-minded individuals, come hang out. It's a free event. We have snacks. We have zine materials. It's really chill. Just come hang.
Hell yeah. And as always, please make sure you're subscribed to Worcester Sucks, and I love it.
Oh.
BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email at Worcester_sucks. For all your Bill Shaner needs, amongst other writers, some great contributors, as you all well know. Subscribe to us here on
I forgot to
Twitch.
put Shaun's post up today.
He's going to be mad at you.
There goes that plug.
Don't read Shaun's bad advice column because it's not there right now. Subscribe to our Twitch channel. We have who's last? Emmett was the last person to subscribe tonight. Thank you again, Emmett. Thank you for everybody that resubscribed today. Candy loves Lord Licorice. All right, that's a Candyland thing. I forgot about that. Hope Twitch is Liddy Lit. Thank you as well for resubscribing. We really appreciate you guys. And you guys, everyone's cool and amazing. So make sure that you're following us on everything. And we will. Woot and Comedy. We got some great stuff coming up. Not only the Roast of Worcester, but we're going back to Coney Island for Hot Dog at the end of the month. Another great episode of Hot Dog, and of course the Sort of Late Show later this month as well with Bill Shaner in my band. I've renditioned him into the Sort of Late Show band, and he's going to be slapping the bass. And he's going to be letting me sing falsetto parts on a lot of the songs. So I'm really excited about that part. We
You're
haven't
right.
discussed
We
it
totally
yet,
talked about that. Yep, for sure.
Thank you all for joining us. We will see you next Tuesday. We love you. Goodbye.